Shalom, Shalom, Mashpaka. Back at you with another one. Keystone Cougar, fifth wheel. It says it's 28 foot. Keystone Cougar. All hitched up. Ready to go. We are going from Goshen, Indiana to Caldwell, Idaho. And I will give you some more information on the load momentarily. Baruk Yahuah. Alright, pulling out of the yard. And we gotta wait for the traffic to clear. But so this is a 28-foot fifth wheel Keystone Cougar. GVWR is 9,890 pounds. And we are looking at 1,817 miles is what it's coming in at. Everything is checking out well in this unit. There was one little screw on the paneling that was like partially detached, so I'll just be keeping an eye on that. And I got to meet a driver. He was very kind. We exchanged numbers. He's been doing this for about a year, he said, and he lives close to Cincinnati. And he helped me out with some stuff to do with the battery and the jacks, which was actually just me being overly precautious. But actually, everything is well. And so we're on our way. And I'm showing 4.5 hours to my first stopping point, which is Funk's Grove, which I've already stayed at 2 times. So yeah, I'm looking to go there. It is the pagan day, Tuesday, September the 2nd. So tomorrow is a Shabbat. So I'm gonna spend the Shabbat there like I have done one time already before. So Baruk Yahuah. I think I have a funky turn here. I need to be extra cautious. It's saying, oh, I gotta turn my tow button on. Baruk Yahuah. Very light load so far. And actually the pin box is like spring loaded. I get to practice making a fairly sharp turn right there, no problems. Driving like a new driver should, right? Extra cautious. We're going down along the side of this airport, so the speed limit is 30 right here. Kind of hot out there. I'm sure it gets hotter, but it's saying 83. Excuse me. All right. So I'm going to try to get a little bit of miles under my belt, get a feel for everything, listen really, really close, and then I shall be back with you all shortly. This is actually, I'm expecting to make the delivery on Monday, which is the 8th. So today's kind of a half day. I've already been busy today. I've gone to service appointments for the truck, got some things fixed. Dually Depot did me all right. I feel like it was fair. They charged me a small amount, but with what they did, I feel like it was worth it. And it wasn't their fault that the rock guard fell off. I bought the Rockstar rock guard from Amazon, and it comes with these pins, and they're just inadequate. It's just inadequate. So we upgraded to some of the, what are they, carboner rings. That should hold that on much better, but I can also still quick release it. whenever I'm bobtailing. So I'm not hating on them too much. There's still some things from the first time, but I feel like they made up for it today. They worked me in on extremely short notice, and they addressed my issues, and they got me back up and running. Repaired the latches on my toolbox, and so we'll see how she goes. But yeah, so we're going to be together on this one for several days, and of course we have the 7th day, mañana. So I need to make sure that I do my preparation cooking. I'll be cooking my meal for tonight and my meal for tomorrow once I get to the rest area. And there is no shade. So I will be likely lugging the bin to the picnic table, but I feel like it'll be worth it. You know, I'll take out all the water and that'll help with the weight. But talk to you guys shortly, Abba willing, all right? Shalom. I have a huge tractor in front of me. Kind of reminds me of the one that I lost my leg with, or on. I think it's smaller technically, but it's taking up the whole road right here. And I got 4 miles until I'm supposed to turn, and I'm like, should I pass? I'm gonna go for it, you guys. Hang on tight. We're going with the RV and passing the front end loader thingy. Man, it's crazy. Whoo-wee. Baruk Yahuah, thank you, Father. I couldn't even look over and see what that looked like on your on the camera there. I couldn't even look. I was just getting myself up as close to the edge as I could, and I'd be safe as possible. It's kind of crazy. That farm right there reminds me of the one that I bought cream and eggs at just the other day, but it's not. There's a lot of them that just look very much similar, just cut from the same cloth, I guess. They got a bunch of big rigs on that property. There was a place that I just passed over here that's you come and pick blueberries. I want to be able to show my baby, hi Mama Bear, I love you. I'm trying to make my way home to you. I think it's going to be right out about a week. Today's Tuesday, and that's why I want to be able to be home by Tuesday. Abba willing. I don't like this at all. So this intersection, I don't think these folks stop, and it's like really difficult to see if they're coming or not. See, I don't like it. I can't see what's happening. Okay, there we go. Hang on, guys. Alright. Oh, I hear the messages, Mama. I'm going to get to them in just a second, okay? Oy. Thank you, Father. I hate that intersection. It shouldn't even be legal. Because by law, I don't have to have my back windows. I wouldn't be able to see at that angle. I can't see the traffic that's coming. All right, we got 3 miles down here. We're going to turn on this road called Napani, which is where the hotel, the Amish hotel that I first stayed at when I very first came out here. So I am going to jump off of here, and I'll go see what my mama bear baby's saying, and I'll be back with you guys shortly. Abba willing. Shalom. Ooh, taha. Shalom. I would say Sham Kadaning, but it's really like 4th watch. I'm here at Funk's Grove. We had another great Shabbat rest yesterday. A little bit restless sleeping this night, up ahead of schedule to take the Cougar to Caldwell. So this is technically going to be day 2. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Let me just finish up getting my coffee and we will get on the road. Shalom. Well, this is a perfect example of how logs are trash, right? I got my coffee, did my walk around, get in the truck, get ready to leave. I have 35 minutes until my cycle refreshes, my 34-hour refresh. And you know, I am very well rested. You know, that's it. But whatever, it is what it is. Let me tell you guys, yesterday while in Shabbat, I was back here at the truck doing something with my camping bin. I don't remember what. I probably was doing something with a coffee. And there was a hot shot truck next to me that had a trailer, a flatbed trailer that had a vehicle on it. And I noticed it, and I was curious actually to ask the guy about it, or whoever it was that was driving it. I had no idea. So now I wasn't even paying attention. I had my back to the truck. I was at my truck doing something, and the guy comes up and he's like, you know, hey, how's it going? You know, I'm like, oh, it's going great. How are you? He said, all right. I go, how is that working out for you? And I gestured towards the door of his truck where it had the name of his business, his DOT number, I think MC number. And he's like, oh, it's going great. He's like, I did this for about 3 years for a buddy, and his wife was the dispatcher. And about 3 months ago, I had asked him, you know, hey, how about I just kind of do this for myself? And the guy was like, sure, yeah, you want to do it? He's like, I'll give you $3,000 to get up and rolling, and as soon as you start making profit, you can pay me back. He's like, I've already long since paid him back, and I'm making, he said, $8,000 a week gross. So that's not counting fuel, and you know, it's not all profit. But still, I figured even if half of that was profit, for August I net 8 after fuel. So it kind of seems like it could potentially be double. I don't know. But also, I was like, well, how do you get your loads? And he's like, oh, Central Dispatch. And he's opening that up, and he's signing, and he's like, where do you live? And I said, Washington State. He's like, oh, Washington State. And so then he filtered it to Washington, and he's like, well, there's 1,400 right now, basically like loads. And he's like, I look for cash, I think it's cash on hand or cash in hand. Basically, he said he gets paid and then he takes it. So he gets paid up front. And he's like, it took me a little while to get my 5-star rating, but now that I have that, no, they never even ask me any questions. In the beginning, they'll ask you for like proof of insurance or different things, which none of that's a problem, obviously. I already have an LLC, commercial insurance. So I'm really thinking about this. He gave me his name, his number, said if you have any questions, call me, text me. Then he made a voice message, basically it did talk to text, saying where to go to get started. This website, fmcsa.com, fill out and sign up for an account, then fill out for your USDOT, then your motor carrier authority. Everything takes 21 processing days. That's when you tile your insurance and everything all on this one website. And then from there, you can create accounts and go in and pick up loads. Central dispatch. Plus there was another one that he showed me too. It was called like I think power only or something like that, where you're basically haul other people's trailers. It could be RVs or it could be loaded trailers, I guess. I'm like, wow, that's kind of incredible. So I don't know. Yahusha and I, we've been looking to try and consolidate all the debt or see if we can get a loan for the business or anything. And it's just been no after no after no after no. And it's very, very frustrating. Even if you're starting a small business like a startup, they're wanting proof of income. They're wanting like 1099. Like, if I had a 1099 to give you, I've already been in business for a year. Like, don't you give any assistance to startups anyway? I have a destination plugged in here. It's 2.5 hours away. Pretty sure we can make it there. I'm probably going to go ahead and get something to eat from there. You know, I was looking at a patty melt with fries. It's not something that I normally get at all, but I think I want to get it. It's truck stop food, greasy spoon, the whole nine. So, Baruk Yahuah. But yeah, I gotta wait just a little bit for the log to refresh, and then we can get rolling. I was already ready to go, and then I saw that I still had a little bit of time to wait, so we'll wait, and Abba will barak it, and he will provide. He always makes a way. Ta'ub, Ta'ub, Ta'ub is our Father. I was trying to think of the song that I was singing before. I think it's Yahuwah is my strength. My Father makes me strong. Yahuwah is my strength. My Father makes me strong. Baruk Yahuah. Shalom, family. Alright, family. It is very dark. Very dark. But I wanted to turn the camera on because it said the way station is open. And it says all commercial vehicles over 8 tons, which is 16,000. And I am pretty sure that we are. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure that we are. So, as I'm just always, you know, seeking to be a Ta'ub steward and obey all of the authorities and whatnot, you know, keeping it on board here. So we're gonna make our way down to the green light. Use lane with green arrow, obey signal. So this one is green, here we go. Bam. Yep, another green arrow, just in case I was not sure. And it's saying 30, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to stop, so I'm just open window, split axles, obey signal ahead. They want me to stop. Go. Oh, really, dude. These people are rude as ever. Did you hear that? It's green. Go. The sign says to stop. Well, there you go. Just wanted to share that with you. Unreal. The inconsistency in the weight stations and the attitude. That's the second time. Yahuwah rebuke you, dude. Seriously, that. That's not called for. I'm just trying to be Taub and do the right thing. It's not cool. Yeah. What a mess. I wanted to say that when I left the rest area, there were probably a dozen trucks parked on, you know, some on either side of the entire ramp leaving the rest area. And, you know, I see that other places too. I see that in California, for example, parts of Arizona. I mean, I'm in Illinois. It's like, is there a lack of places for them to go, or was that just a coinkydink? You know, they have requirements that they can only drive a certain amount of time, and they have to stop. Well, you have to go ahead and make accommodations for them. You know, you can't just push it all off on the truck stops, right? I don't know. It's a concern. Along with a lot of way stations being closed, I've also been seeing a lot of closed rest areas. And I also see welcome centers when you come into states that say no commercial vehicles allowed. Everyone's welcome except for the commercial vehicles. I don't know. So here's a rest area that says it's closed right here. Sorry, closed. And I've been in this situation before where it's been a sign or something that says rest area, you know, 52 miles, and I go 52 miles to the rest area, and then it says closed. Well, I mean, I could have been down to my last hour of log time. You know, if somebody's out here trying to make money, then obviously we need to try to drive as much hours each day as we can so that we can complete the assignment and get another load. This is crazy. You know, the same beast system that broke every treaty made with the First Nations. And so, you know, this is, you know them by their fruits. Who is the father of lies? So it's just some basic deductions, quick maths here. That's all it is. Right? Anyway, we're down to an hour and 45 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and jump off of here. Plus, you can't really see anything. And I'll be back with you guys shortly, Abba willing. Construction zone, 55 miles an hour, and the truck says, F that, I'm going 70. Literally just blew by me more than 10 miles an hour faster. So it goes. So it is, and so it goes. Shalom, family. Alright, family, shalom. So let's see, we've been going for about 2.5 hours. 2 hours and, well, 22 minutes actually. And 155 miles gone so far. We're on US 36, and we're 3 miles away from an exit to a truck stop I know next to nothing about except for seeing it online. It's going to be interesting to see. I'm thinking about getting something to eat from here. I'm really hungry. So let's see. The town is called Palmyra, and we're in Missouri. We have not been in Missouri very long. We came over the Mississippi near a town called Hannibal, and I believe that mark makes the state line on this route. 36 west. So let's see what we get. I'm interested in getting some fuel. Not too sure how much. Maybe I should just top off. But I've selected a Pilot as a place to stop later on today and actually get a shower. So I'm looking forward to that as well. But I really didn't think that I would be able to make it there without getting fuel, and there was no Pilots in between. So I had one very, very close to where we spent the night last night, right? Funk's Grove, and then the other one was I forget what the name of the town is, but for whatever reason there's a drought on Pilots all across the state of Missouri. So this is a type of fuel station that I had never heard of before. I don't want to butcher the name, but I was thinking it's something like Alvaro, or some such thing. We're going to find out here in just a second because it exits at a half mile. 24 East. Okay, there's the sign for it right there. And it is Verco, it looks like, maybe. Forgive me, guys. We're going to verify it here in just a second. But yeah, it is well of a time to stop. It's 2.5 hours in the dark. And, you know, it's a little bit of a challenge. I got through my first cup of coffee, and Papa willing, I can grab a refill from here before we head back out as well. Yeah, it's too difficult to read that. Excuse me, the name of the gas station, but obviously we're going to get a better view here in a moment anyway. Dang, I need to adjust the brake on that trailer. It's gained up too much, and I've already brought it down some, but it's really beginning to get broken in, so it was hitting pretty hard. I think this is a kind of a popular spot with the truckers, so we'll see. There's a smell there. I don't think that was me. I mean, not me personally, but my truck. It's a brake smell. Could be the trailer brake. I don't know. Possible. Okay. So I see a bunch of them parked out along the edges. I'm thinking about going in to try to get food first and then getting the fuel after, but I don't know if that's going to work. Dang, this place is pretty crowded. Ayerco. Ayerco? I do not know how you say that. This place is crowded, y'all. I don't even know where I would park this RV. Wonder what would happen if I just park right here. There's a little diner. Yeah, I don't think this is necessarily how I want to park. Do not block the dumpster. Dang, I don't know where I would park. Well, I'm gonna get to checking out what to do, and then I will let you guys know how it goes shortly. What pump I'm on. So it seems like the pump on that side. Dang it, bro. Alright, I'm gonna get off for now and we'll be back with you and let you know what I find out. Shalom. Wow. Excuse me. That was all right right there. I definitely take it. I'm a little bit confused about why my fuel purchase did not show up in the app, but maybe it's just like a little delay because of how old school they are here. I don't know. But the food was great. I mean, it's pretty much exactly what I was wanting. Mama Bear, this is one of those places that I want to try to remember. I think that what I'm going to find the longer I'm out here is that these kinds of stops are where the experienced and veteran type truckers are going, because of the service and just the food, the atmosphere, everything about it. It's not like the corporate type of thing that you get, you know, in these other stops. 342 574. I just wanted to make sure I get enter in that number and not forget it. Okay. How about what's this thing telling me? Kind of don't want to be parked here. I'm blocking. It was nothing but veteran drivers in that diner, just about 4 of them, and talking about all the new stuff and how they don't like it. I'll just say I can relate to them. Dang, there's trucks up and down this road on both sides, and I'm not sure, maybe a lot of them are just sleeping right now and then they're going to go in there and have breakfast. I have no idea. It was not crowded in there, but yeah, that seems like a place to remember. It's coming up on my logbook as Hannibal, but it was a different name. Like, what was it? Palmyra or something like that. I'm not sure why it's not saying Palmyra on there, but excuse me. That's quite all right. Look at that nasty chemtrail crisscrossing the sky right there. Man, the sun ain't even up and you can just barely see it. See, they're doing that at night while you're all asleep. Laying down those toxic heavy metals on you. Crazy. Hamsters in a wheel and rats in a maze. Trying to get your cheese. Never would imagine that they'd be doing that to you. And there they go doing it. It's crazy. Well, and you know, I went in there with my coffee mug, which I was just gonna top it off whenever I got done with my meal. The waitress says, "You want coffee?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." She stood right there and waited for me to take the lid off my big cup and just just top that thing off. I was like, oh, all right then, here we go. Because, you know, the service matches to the level that those old guys are expecting to get. You know, that's probably why they don't go to the other places. Well, they're all on their way out though, that's for sure, because there's just a whole massive flood of these new other drivers. I don't know what's going to happen with the legislation that they got that says you got to read, write, and speak English, because a lot of those can't. And they don't go to those places. You know, they got their own truck stops popping up where they have all the curry and whatnot, right? One of those old guys says that he went to this one place and he thought it was going to be great and this and that, and as he was walking on in, you know, he started to notice, oh, these trucks all have their dingleberries hanging around the edges of their windows. Funny guy. That's pretty funny. He was like, oh, pretty sure I better load on up and get on out of here. I'm in the wrong place. So, yeah, they're naming the places that are old school, old-fashioned, whatever you want to call it, like that one. I guess what you'd always kind of picture a truck stop to be like, at least, you know, my generation, growing up, what I would imagine it to be like. Anyway, I'm topped off, and I'm also topped off in my own belly. So, Baruk Yahuah. Hallelujah, right? I got patty melt and fries, and then my coffee. Now everything was like $15 after tax. So even the price is a little bit on the old school side. You know what I mean? I think it's $12 for the sandwich and the fries, and like $2.25 for the coffee. So. Sure on that fuel. I'm really curious if that's going to end up showing up on my com data card. Otherwise, how did they ring me up? How did the charge work? Says I got 160. Says I paid. Oh, I can't read it. I think it was saying $3.99, but according to my fuel book, they take my com data card, and it's only $3.09. So I didn't go and say anything. I just figured that it's because it takes their thing a bit to get processed and submitted. So we'll see if that's true. We got 265 miles to the next stop where I'm going to be grabbing a shower. And let me make sure that I got my 30-minute clock refreshed, or my break clock, yep. And I have 8.5 hours available to drive, and I have to break in 8 hours anyways. So I need to make it to my final destination before that, or, well, I guess I could always just log another 30-minute break when I get my shower, and I'll probably just do that. So this is US 24 West that I'm on. Looks like we're going to be going through Monroe City, Missouri. Although, well, yeah, I reckon that we are, because I'm getting on 36 West, and I think that's going to still be pretty much after the city. 65. Well, I'm going under that. I've been going under, trying to see what I can do about this miles per gallon, which I'm not liking. It's at 10.6. I think that I was going against the wind just a little bit. So we'll see if that levels out. Man, you ever get one of those kinks like up in your shoulder, like in your scapula area? Well, I got one on my left side of my back right now, and I just can't kind of like twist it or stretch it out. I would say I slept funny, but I didn't really sleep. So I just must have been laying funny a couple times. It really didn't start to bother me until I actually went to pull out. Anyway, it is what it is. And Baruk Atah that the sun is coming up, because I think I could use a little bit of help. Starting to feel a little on the nappy side, especially after that patty melt. That was really yummy. You know, it was grilled onions and on the rye bread, and it had the Thousand Island dressing I dip it into, and a real juicy burger patty, melted cheese. It was right on. And the fries too were pretty great, crispy, you know, on the outside and soft in the center. I got a little mayonnaise cup to dip in, added a tiny bit of mustard to it just to make like a sauce. I dressed my coffee with the things that were on the table, and I probably shouldn't have, but I just went ahead and did it. So, I don't know, Abba covered me. Sometimes we put something that's not would have been our first choice, but I want to try to make some great time today. You know, I got pretty much an entire day that I'm going to have to burn down along the route. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I really wanted to go see my op, but he's going to be up in the mountains hunting elk. So they will Baruk him and his hunt, and comfort him, give him Shalum. Baruk Atah Yahuah, love you, man. Missing you. May we be able to hook up soon. In fact, maybe even for Saku's coming up in a few weeks here. That would be great. If Abba wills it, it will be so. Hallelujah. Cornfields aplenty. Smelled like a skunk, actually. strong. I guess it's pretty much exactly what I would expect, you know, diner coffee. .6 miles to 36 west. Road work next 33 miles. City of Monroe City. Marion County, you got one of them in Florida too. Probably got them in lots of places. And the trucks stopped on the exit ramps, on ramps. I don't know. Seems kind of normal for these guys to do that. Maybe it has been for a long time. I don't know. Stay on 36 for 167 miles. Wow. Well, we'll do it then. All right, family. Let's have a Baruk Atah in Yahusha's name. Shalum Shalum. We'll see you shortly. Shalom, family. Just coming out of the truck stop, taking a shower. I want you to look at this corn. Does that look like corn that's healthy to you? Qadash, I mean, what the heck? And across the street is another massive field the same way. And I've been seeing it like this over here. That's why I was like, oh, let me get this on camera right quick so I can ask you guys what your thoughts are. Not that any of us are necessarily experts in farming and agriculture, but that looks very unwell to me. That dang near looks like lost crop. I don't know. Tell me. You know, and those who have been watching things that have been going on in a lot of other places too, where their crops are failing, and whether it's Pakistan or Afghanistan or Sudan, or, I mean, you could make a laundry list of probably 3 dozen. There's probably even more that we don't know about. check engine light came back on. One thing is that at the shop they couldn't get any codes really to come back apart from like some kind of a check valve fuel thing, which kind of reminds me of what it was when we very first bought the truck. It was like a valve on the diesel particulate filter that, you know, some people will say, oh, you need a whole new diesel particulate filter, $4,000, you have to take the cab off. That's what one place said to us. Freaking crazy. Meanwhile, it was a valve that was, I think the part's like $179 or $189. I just see this kind of stuff everywhere. You guys probably see it too. It's not coming back around. It just keeps on getting worse, you know. Find out what my baby's saying. Look at all those pretty flowers. Mama Bear, you see those pretty flowers in that pretty water? Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta see what my Shah is trying to tell me. 1 second. Well, let's at least try to get this Mississippi River. Does that look clean to you guys? It just doesn't look clean to me. We are entering into Nebraska. The G-O-O-D life, it says. Speed limit's 55. I'm going 51, so meaning we're going to try to press that. Oh, I need to get some fuel pumped over, so let me get my timer going and get my pump turned on. I put some diesel clean in my big tank, which is pretty much filled. And so we will get that pumped over and see if that also helps with this check engine light. Those kinds of things have helped several times in the past. Baruk Yahuah. Nebraska's a long one. Keep us safe, Abba. Deliver us from wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash. Hallelujah. Okay, here we go again with another way station where I'm getting mixed messages. It says exit only if instructed, then it says also all trucks with trailers. So it kind of sounds like instructed to me, but the one that said only if instructed was referring to some kind of a digital information thing that some of these guys must have in their trucks. I do not understand. I do not know what's going on. I guess I go all the way over here. This is also not clear. Alright. Hey man, it doesn't help that they're rude to you. Can't like it, family. You know? When I dispatched for police, fire, and ambulance, there's plenty of folks that I wanted to be flat out rude to, but that ain't part of that job. You're public facing. You're a servant of the people. You don't do that. These people that are in these government positions, they need to check themselves before they riggedy wreck themselves. Go ahead, curse the wrong one and see what happens. Yahuah will curse you, and then we'll see. So I'll just leave it in his hands, but I'm going to announce it publicly as well. It's not right. It's not Qadash, and it's not how it should be. Of course, I have no idea, what I'm supposed to do. So learn, I guess. Stop front axle here. Watch. Stop yellow. Red stop, yellow next axle, green go. Green go. What a joke. What even is this, man? This is a clown show. It didn't do anything. It stayed on green the whole time. Even the truck in front of me never stopped, nothing. Just making these people pull over and slow down for nothing. And there goes a hot shotter all loaded down, and he ain't even pull into here. He probably runs through this area all the time and knows better. I don't know. I gotta err on the side of caution because I'm not sure what's what. It's crazy. Now you gotta try to get over, right? But there's cars going flying by because they put the scales on the left side. Even when they put the rest areas in the left side, it causes issues, merge issues, and your travel lane, whatever. All right. Off for a little bit, and then I'm gonna see how it gets up to, and then I'll probably just run it again because it's I had it all the way down to like a quarter, and the reason being is I wanted to add that diesel clean into the tank before I started putting it into the truck tank. So I planned on running this twice the whole time before I even got my shower, which was pretty well. I think that the attendant meant well by offering me a handicap. And I said, oh yeah, if it's available, sure, thanks. But when I went in there, the one that would be with the hand wand that you would use it doesn't even work. So I had to use the regular one and had nothing it's far away from the seat because the shower's really large to accommodate like a wheelchair or something. So it actually ended up being worse for me, but it's fine because I'm used to it, man. I've done worse. I've gone all showering in Europe, Spain, and Italy. Like, yeah, no problem. But the other issue that I have with some of these is that you can't really figure out what position is for hot, what position's for cold, and you spend almost the first several minutes that you're in there trying to fine-tune, adjust it, and figure out where it is, because it's one knob that just spins. So that's frustrating. And then it'll be on, and it'll be somewhat warm, but really mainly just cold. And then you'll hear it like clunk, 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 the pipes clanking and stuff, because other people are turning theirs off and on. All of a sudden the water will get really hot and really cold. This is a common thing that you see. But I go to some places, man, and they got blasting pressure, really hot water, and it's just like 2 thumbs up and a big old grin right off the bat. It's just like that the whole time. So, and this one probably use a little bit of help. Whatever the heck the name of that town was that I was just in, because I don't even know. I really don't. But it's all right. It's all right. That's okay. I mean, come out of there feeling a heck of a lot better just because I was able to get a shower and brush my teeth and wash my hair. You know what I mean? So I'm not trying to sound like I'm complaining. I'm just trying to give a fair review. over it, and if I would have paid attention to the name, that might have been of help. See how that corn looks all dead over there? It's just, dude, it's not looking well. And just like I'm seeing a lot of these little rivers and stuff looking all kind of dried up. What the heck is going on? It's weather warfare, right? It's a famine coming. Really, the seeds and the roots of it are already planted. All right, guys, I got another message from my Yahusha. Let me go see what Mama Bear has for me, and I'll be back with you guys whenever Yahuah calls me to. Shalom. See, so like I was saying, Pakistan and India have been having this major flooding going on, which is devastating the farmland and just eliminated the possibility of them yielding their crop. And also over 1 million people displaced from their homes. Add that to the 5 million displaced people in Sudan, and the how many million Palestinians are displaced in Gaza? I don't, you see, you can see it, right? Please tell me that you can see it. Somebody please comment and say I can see it, the signs of the times, revelation before our very eyes, Hath Galuth. And now watch, I'm telling you, you're gonna see the dark side of Trump. She's gonna flip out. She's gonna lose her stuff. She's already saying some really strange trigger things like, "Hey Xi Jinping, say hi to Putin and Kim Jong-un as you guys conspire against the United States." And if you understand that all these kings conspire together already to make war with Yahuah, Yahusha, and Yashar'Al, then it's all just a show. It's a puppet song and dance, etc. Okay, and they're bringing about a lot of the weaponization of the weather that's happening, but it's not outside of the will of Yahuwah's wrath and judgment either. So there still needs to be a call to repentance. And I don't know. Sometimes I wonder on a lot of these folks if it's already too late. I think they're sealed. That's why they can't hear a dang thing we say. And it might sound like wah, 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 wah to them. And if they do catch a few things that I'm saying, they're going to mock, scoff, and laugh, and all the rest. If not worse, they might just transgress against me, curse me, and then receive even more wrath and judgment. That's also book. It's all book. Anyway, just wanted to share that. Alright, family. Some of these crops, see these crops here, they look kind of mixed, like they might yield, but it might be like weak or diminished in its size and a reduced yield. But some of that other stuff, it looks heck of weak, bro. Like, this stuff might just die on the vine. Might just die on the vine. That's rough looking corn all over the place out here. Are people talking about this? Because I ain't heard nothing. Let me know. Shalom. Shalom Kadani. It's a bit noisy here, but I slept well. I was so tired. So tired. I did not sleep well the night before. So I've just decided, because it's crowded and because it's it's noisy, and because there's Pilot just 38 miles, I'm just gonna go there and get coffee there. I'm not gonna make my coffee here like normal. Plus, I don't even have that much. I have like this much grounds in my thing, so I may need it soon, anyways. But Baruk Yahuah, Shalom. See you guys in a moment. We're gonna get on the road. Ooh-wee. Hallelujah. Rumamuya. Let's get this puppy rolling. Check the brake. Trailer brake is working well. Alright. My friend here with the horse trailer should move up, but who knows where he's at. The truckers are struggling because there's not really anywhere for them to park. Come on, Nebraska, step up. This place is under construction, but what they really needed to do was add some parking space as well. So, all right, on the way. I'm going to get some coffee because I need it. Because if not, I'm just mumbling through. My Yahusha, hi baby, I love you, I miss you. She sent me a funny reel, and the man he says, me, before coffee. And he goes, I hate people. Or no. People annoy me. Maybe he said people annoy me, but either way. And then it says me after coffee. And it's like, it's the same. People annoy me. And I'm like, yeah, this is pretty accurate. Sorry, not sorry. Well, it's funny though. So, I did want to share that I accept what Yahuah does as favor. We've been going through and feeling everything about, the HOP-lessness, the anxiety, the stress, the everything about trying to start a small business and having a lot of things in place, Baruk Yahuah, but then being strangled by interest and debt and that whole thing. You can't get a small business loan because you don't have any business credit and you don't have any proof of income for a year. You don't have a lot of the things that they require, so you utilize your own credit, which those cards, all my accounts were under control, paid down, thanks to the Father. Some of those cards I've had for almost 20 years, and wow, that's great. And I've gone through it all with them before in the past, but then I got it all paid down, and then I got it charged up again, and then I got it paid down, and it's just like this yo-yo, right? Well, there's so much on there now with the outfitting of the truck and everything. I don't see how I was going to be able to get that stuff paid down and look to move and all the different things that we have going on. It's too much. And so I'm sure a lot of you can relate to that. And I was trying to reach out to a lot of different people that supposedly consolidate and do it. And I was getting no. Just like when we bought the trailer in the first place, it was no, until it was the trailer that we got was a yes. And so we got a yes yesterday from this company, and it's Century Legal, and they advocate for you on your behalf with your lenders to reduce the overall balance. I really don't feel like we had a choice but to do that. So we got a yes and hallelujah, and they also want to work with us with the trailer, and they also want to work with us with establishing business credit for the narrow path. So, right now we're kind of looking at the narrow path. We want it to turn into something that's more along the lines of hot shot transport. I would like to have a couple trucks and a couple trailers. That's ultimately what I would want to see, as well as a couple drivers, and maybe even, I'm willing one day, have my bond drive, and he can earn and have a job that I can train him in, and he can do all the strapping. It's important to me to try to have something to leave to him, to help him to be able to succeed and be able to sustain and all that. So hallelujah, it's still a little bit scary, Abba. I gotta be honest, it's still a little bit scary, because you hear so much negative things about this type of stuff, but you also see a lot of testimonials and success stories, and consumer report rating, and I can't remember all the ones that my Shah says she looked at. I got to the point where I felt like I had no choice but to try and do this. The actual people that I worked with, Peter and Adam, they were both above board, solid, and kind. And that's important. And so, trusting the Father in all that, and we'll see how she goes. It's definitely going to free up cash flow in the interim, because those payments are replaced by one consolidated and more affordable payment that I can actually make bi-monthly. That combined with what the Father has done for us with the health care, and I think that he's going to move on this living situation too. I don't think he's going to have us staying in Washington much longer, but I don't know that, and I don't want to leave until he shows me. Right? I've shared with him what our desires are and what path we're seeking, and now I need to trust him to direct the steps. And that's how it goes. That's what he did when he brought us, Shah and I, together from opposite ends of the country. There were a lot of obstacles, huge obstacles that we didn't think were gonna, we didn't know how it was gonna happen. And he removed them one by one in his own timing, and he opened up the door so you know what you're walking through. Because you're already looking for the opening. You're not forcing anything. You're waiting. All this stuff is important, because I've learned from my own mistakes and experience where I have forced a situation and tried to, lean in on it too much. It's not diligently seeking him enough. And I'm going to tell you this too. This is scripture. Because if you think you're waiting on Yahuwah, but you're allowing there to be unclean things in your life and in your house. I'm just saying, if he showed you, maybe he sent someone and told you, you need to address this. This has to get changed. This has to get fixed in your life, in your house, whatever. They show you maybe with scripture how it's wrong. Halal about that. Seek Yahuwah about that, and no matter how hard it seems that it would be to change it, ask him to give you the strength to do it. Ask him to show you what you need to do and do it. Because you're not going to receive the favor from the Father that you really you should have. You need to walk in Kadashness with His will in order to receive all this Baruk Atah. And I'm sorry if you don't like it. You know what I mean? But trust and believe that every bit of Kadashness is actually for your benefit. You think you need to keep that unclean thing, but you don't. You don't. And so anyway, seek to be Kadash in all things, keep your camp clean, and then wait on the Father and see what He's going to provide. Baruk Yahuah. So, yeah, we'll see how that's going to, probably looking at a 6 to 7 month process, as well as being able to establish some form of company credit in that time frame. There's a lot. There's other things that I've been learning too, is that when you get your authority, your carrier authority, I still don't know all the differences between DOT number, MC number, authority. I heard him say carrier authority. Whatever it is, I'm gonna just say, like, I heard this veteran big rig trucker who went into hot shotting and has his own business, and he looks like he's doing pretty dang well. I think he's got a trailer that hauls like 5 cars or something. And he was saying how it doesn't matter that you have a CDL and you've been driving a truck for 10 years. Like, your authority number, it's new. It's brand new, green, fresh. You're going to be treated in every way like it's all new. And it affects your insurance. Your insurance in the first year is higher. And it starts to go down. And if your truck and your trailer costs too much money, and then you get your insurance and you're like, oh, I had no idea I was going to have to pay that much. So this is also a huge thing. I was looking at my own insurance that I have right now, commercial insurance, and it looks like it's $900,000. So probably going to be needed to be adjusted to $1 million. I don't know that for sure, but I've heard a few people say that you should have $1 million worth of coverage. I don't know if it's true. I'm telling you, man, when you try to go in and learn something, research it on YouTube, you gotta watch so much content from a lot of different people, and then you gotta start discerning like crazy. You can't just believe the first couple guys you hear. You need to test what they say against what other witnesses are saying, and then you need to start to find the elements of their testimonies that are in alignment. Then you can know if those things are solid, right? I did talk again with Chris and Abba Barak. Chris, I really appreciate that he stopped, spoke to me, shared his contact information, pointed me in the right direction, to look into all this. And I wanted to talk to him about electronic logs. He uses the same log method that I use right now, and that is sufficient for the logs, so that's pretty awesome. I think you still have to keep paper logs in your cab. That's more like a DOT requirement, just in case there were issues with your log system. You have paper backups, along with the triangles and the fire extinguisher and the roadside flares, and all the things that I have to do what I'm doing now. But yeah, he was on his way to transport a boat. So the boat and the trailer come already. All he has to do is hitch up and take it. And he told me it was, what did he say? I feel like he said it was $600 and it was going to take him 4 hours to get there. Okay, he had to drive 2 hours to pick up the load. So I feel like you need to take all that into consideration. So, it's $100 an hour minus your fuel and all your other expenses. But that's just the job that he had for right now, that day. Maybe not even the only job that day, just a job that day, right? So, and the thing is about that too is those kinds of jobs, I guess there's like 40,000 cars that are available to be transported a day. I don't know if that number is accurate, but I think it's a pretty fair representation, and I feel like it's probably means, like he showed me on the phone, there were 1,400 in the Washington area just on the day that he just showed me what I could get right then and there. Now, not every single one of those jobs I could get necessarily, because you don't have the right kind of trailer or whatever. And then there's another app that you can sign into, give all your credentials, become eligible to get loads, and it's called Power Only. So this one, you're providing the truck, and they're providing the trailer and the load. So that's like how we got that booked, right? He also was saying that you can lease on with companies and utilize their numbers while your numbers are aging. So that's an interesting way of looking at that too. You can apply and get all the numbers, and you can have them, and they can be aging, and you can be doing this type of work through another dispatcher or another broker. So all these things, all these different terms to learn. It's all new stuff. But I'm not rushing in, okay? I'm able to do what I'm doing now. I think that we were doing some budgeting calculations in our application process for Century Legal last night or yesterday. And now I'm trying to think. I feel like it was calculating out to be a gross of like 10,000 a month, or the average like 11,000 a month. Now that's obviously before expenses, but that's gross income, you know, and so maybe that's $100,000 a year. I don't know. I'm just saying those numbers are not even like, I know those numbers will be a lot higher, because in June I had 2 weeks that I didn't even work, and really August was the only month where I really was like getting after it. I don't want every month of my life to be like this month, because I've been away from home the entire time. That ain't gonna happen. I got feasts to do, and I need to be able to be home. So that's why also with the hotshot thing, not only am I not leased on with anybody else, I'm literally my own entity. It's my own business, not just a subcontractor. Like everything, securing the loads, dealing with the customers, all of that. Nobody's going to be taking a portion, right? So you are able to succeed on your own merits and your own labors, like how I would look at it. That would allow me to stay close to home, wherever home is, so that I can, be home on Shabbat, be home every evening, or maybe not every evening, because I will take loads that go interstate, obviously. You're going to get opportunities to haul 2 cars or a truck and a motorcycle, whatever the case is, depending on your trailer. It might be, one's going to Georgia and the other one's going to Mississippi, and then you're going to grab something in Louisiana that's coming back to Montana, whatever. You see what I mean? That's going to take some work. You got to do a lot of logistics. But it's not that I have to do it all right away. Well, I'm not going to earn any money until I get this in place. No, I'm already earning money, and I'm already delivering this RV right now. I'm a little bit frustrated because I saw another load that was going from Idaho to Washington, deadhead back home, I could just, and the dispatch is closed on Friday. They dropped the loads at the end of the day yesterday, so you couldn't call dispatch and get assigned. If I try to assign it self-dispatch, it won't let me because I have a load. But the dispatcher can. See, that kind of stuff frustrates me. I wouldn't have that problem. I could be able to book things in advance. I could be able to get my Shah to help, to make a call and see, let's find out if we're going to pick that one up on the 11th, whatever the case is. So you don't have to be like this right now. A dozen drivers sitting at the lounge with their apps in their hands, refreshing. Oh, I'm gonna get that load. Oh, dang, it's already gone. Refreshing. Like crazy. It's crazy. Baruk Yahuah, that I haven't really had that problem. I haven't gone periods where I didn't have a load, but I haven't been able to always know what my next load is while I'm still on a load. And I want to be able to have that. I don't think that's a reasonable thing to have at all. I think it's okay for you to be on a job and know what your next job is. I don't think you should have to finish your job and then wonder what you're going to do next. Like, call me crazy, right? If I ever got to the point where I was employing drivers, I wouldn't expect them just finish the job you're on and then we'll see what you get next. I wouldn't, if they wanted to kind of have that little bit of a sliding scale to be like, okay, well, you're taking one to Texas and then your next one is going to be Arkansas to Tennessee, whatever. Like, and they would just at least kind of have some, always subject to change though, like if you have a problem with your truck or something, then, that can happen. Anyway, and there are always going to be, success stories, and there are always going to be failure stories. For us, we need to just work heartily as unto Yahuah and just wait on Him to give us favor. And sometimes, because we are Yashar'Al, we go through it, man. It's a testing. If it is that Abba has opened up the door for this debt consolidation program to help us, then it likely is also the case that He wanted us to go through a long series of no's and feeling, rejected, feeling that there's no, the B system, there's no way to, you know what I mean? Because now I can really appreciate that and say, that was Yahuah. That was Yahuah, because I've got nothing but no's, and now all of a sudden I just got a yes. And they really understood too, and said, hey, you haven't done anything wrong. Most people have to initiate their business with their own personal line of credit. They don't have really a choice, and you leveraged a position that you had, and now you're looking to renegotiate, and that's business. And I thought, well, yeah, that's exactly right. That is the case, because they can go through all the expense of sending me harassing things and collections and litigation and all, and then have me end up filing bankruptcy. Like, they can do all that, or they could take a reduced amount that doesn't have such a high level of their interest that they're wanting, So a lot of times they'll take it, right? And ultimately those accounts will be closed, which I want those accounts to be closed. To be perfectly upfront, I want them to be closed. If I operate this way for 6 months, I have a business checking account. I'm going to get that active, so I start to get funds going in and out of there. They're going to help me do that. They're not going to charge me the normal $450 consulting fee for a startup. I forgot the name of the company, but they're out of Utah. If you're interested, I can try to get you their name, because I consider them to be a much better option than the other ones that I was looking into. And also the reviews, some of those other companies, not so great. Anyway, so I have today, tomorrow, and I would have been able to get there Sunday, but they're not. That's the only day they don't accept the delivery. So I have to basically find a way to kill a day, probably in Wyoming or maybe in Utah. I don't know yet. I hadn't gotten that far because we've been frying up all this other fish, right? It does kind of feel like a little bit of a burden lifted. At least there's a plan in place. May Abba give his favor, because without that, it's all in vain. All of it's in vain. Otherwise, you know what I mean? Without his favor, there is no HOPE or FAITH. There's all these names and she devils. So I got 15 minutes here. Grab a cup of coffee. Put my own things into it, and I press on about 2 more hours, and I can stop again for fuel and some more coffee. That's going to be, I think it's called Grand Island, Nebraska. I'm not positive on that right this moment, but I'm pretty sure that that's what it is. Let me see. Oh, it's the Big Springs. Spent the night there twice. Spent the Shabbat there, I believe, too. So I'm very familiar with that one. That's a Flying J. Oh, we'll see how everything goes with the fuel. Only gone 28 miles so far, and it's showing 9.4. So that's not done calculating yet, because I know that's low. I got 3/4 of a tank in the truck. Probably have over 60 gallons in the back. That would be really great to know how much gallons you actually have. I don't know how to do that. Alright, family. I'm going to go ahead and jump off of here for now, and we'll be back with you guys shortly, Abba willing. Shalom, shalom. Ooh-wee! Atah Yahuah, Halalu Yahuah. Man, Abba is ta'ub. Dang, guys, I've really been wanting to get a load that was going to go from Idaho, where I'm dropping off this fifth wheel, Washington. And I've already swung and missed on like 3 different ones. And today, dispatch is actually closed, but I went ahead and looked, and there was a reload, a 30-foot travel trailer going from Hanson, Idaho, a yard that I've already been to several times, with the cute puppies there. I'll be willing, I'll show you those hound dogs. They're so cute. And it's going to Silverdale, right? Which, if I recall correctly, was the one that was up over the Narrows off of I-5 area. So, been there a couple times as well. And I was going to pay $1,000 and change, you know. So I don't have to deadhead or bobtail, I should say. I don't really deadhead. I don't have an empty trailer, but I don't have to bobtail home for the feast. Ooh-wee! Man, I don't even know how I got it, because I'm going to tell you right now, family, I have clicked on these types of reloads while I have an outbound load, and it's given me an automatic reply email that I could not, and it would say in the email, reason why is undelivered outbound load. So I was honestly just doing it thinking, you know, maybe just because dispatch is closed, the dispatchers are still, you know, doing a certain amount of work from home. And if they see that I'm trying to get this load, maybe they'll drop it on me. And that could be what happened. I don't know. But I got the confirmation email. It's assigned to me in the app. And I am so stoked because, like, it's saying pickup is on the 9th, but I can pick it up on the 8th. Because I'm going to drop this unit off at the 8th. First thing, as soon as they open. And I'm going to be able to get right over to Hanson, because I can grab that whenever I want. It's a 24/7 access yard. I don't have, you know, I just go there whenever I'm ready to go there and pick it up, which is going to be right away, you know. And so it worked out, though, that I selected the 9th for pick, because then it gave me 11th for delivery, which means that I am off on Shabbat, of course. Baruk Atah Yahuah. So I'm just going to have to find a place. Oh, you know what? Dang, I didn't. Oh my gosh, I just realized. Maybe I can even go home for the Shabbat and then go drop the trailer off on Thursday and come right back. Ooh-wee-ha-hoo-ah, hey. Oh, man, I'm going to have to look at that later. I can't mess around with navigation stuff right now, because if I start putting addresses in my phone, I'll lose my route. We ain't about to do that right now. But, man, Qadash ki shamka abidu hallelujah Humahu Yahusha. I am so filled with thanks right now, man. Filled with thanks right now, Abba. Oh, man. Alright, I just wanted to share, family. I am so excited. I sent my Shah video, I sent her an email, I'm waiting for her. It's still 6 something back home, so they're all asleep. And may they rest well. Abba Barak their sleep. I've been drafting with this old boy up here. He's cool. He's moving too, so I'm like, hey, I'm gonna run with you. You know, I just get up in behind his draft here. I gave him a wave when he went by, and he gave me a thumbs up, and I said, you know what? I'm just gonna get up in here and follow you. So that's what we've been doing for, golly, probably 20 miles now. And as far as I'm concerned, we can run like this all the way down to the next 160 miles on 80 West. That's where we're at, 80 West. We're coming into some construction now. So I'm gonna just give him a little. I'm sure he's gonna slow down some, but he might not slow down that much because he's running. Oh, my phone is almost out of space. Yeah, I need to transfer some of these little. I like to make these little video clips and send them to my shop, you know, and I need to get rid of some of them or transfer them onto my external hard drive, which is at home, which I will be doing soon. Woo! Baruk Atah Yahuah! Man, I'm so excited. I cannot wait to be home. And I'm going to be home for several weeks. We have Yom Kippur. We have a very, very special date. We're going to go out for some Mexican, some chili rellenos, and maybe tamales. I don't know. My baby wants tamales, but I kind of would rather have enchilada. But whatever it is, and it ain't anything that ain't amazing when you go for Mexican. Just saying, you know, we just don't eat any unclean meats. Other than that, it's all above board, you know. We will always Barak it because we know that it's not our own. You know, like when we eat our beef, we know where that comes from. We go out to a restaurant, unfortunately, you don't know. But sometimes we got to do these things, right? So, and this is a deep thing too about, you know, it falls in line with the clean conscience, because if you ask the Father to Barak your food and you believe that He's covering you, then you're covered. That's amunah. If you ask Him to cover you and you doubt, you are not covered. Yeah. Just telling you. So, you know, it has something to do with the concept of the stronger brother and the weaker brother. And this is a deep teaching. I haven't really had a chance to go into, but I have been studying it out on my own and with my shop. And I will tell you too, last Shabbat we were in Judges more, and we were looking at Gada'un. His name is not Gideon, that's Yiddish. His name is Gada'un, and a Gadah is a hewer, or one who cuts. I should say, Gadah is the cut, and the Un is the one who cuts. So in a way, his name describes what Yahuwah used him to do, to tear down the idols in the land. Hallelujah. What a calling. What a calling. Okay? And we were reading about how he was Qadash, and he lived a ripe old age, dying in Shalum, having 70 sons. 70 sons. And the youngest son conspired against all of his brothers and had them slain so he could take their dominion. He wanted all the authority to himself. And he was sworn in under a pillar, an obelisk, like the one in D.C. I was like, wow, Father. Just like the one that a young Gada'un was called to tear down. Yep. He had the name in Scripture as Yarubabal, because his father said, let Baal contend with him. If he has done this thing, because all the people were really triggered that he destroyed the, whatever it is, man, the pillar to Baal. Yeah, obelisk to your Lord. This land worships. This worships devils and has no idea. They think they're clean. But it's nothing new under the sun. It's been going on throughout the whole thing, family. The whole time. Okay? So, Yerubbaal, the son of Gadaum. No, I said that wrong. Yerubbaal was the other name for Gadaum. What was the son, the youngest son? No, not the youngest son. The son that conspired to slay all of his brethren. I left out, I forgot a part, sorry. The youngest son hid himself, and he was preserved alive, and he fled away. And then when he heard that the traitor son who conspired against all of his brothers was being sworn in under the pillar of Baal by the sons of Shechem, he shouted down to them from a high mountain, and he proclaimed, basically, if what you're doing is Qadash, then Yahuwah barak it, but if it is not, then Yahuwah deal with you with fire. He spoke a curse over them, that the sons of Shechem would deal harshly with the traitorous son, whose name is escaping me right now, and the traitorous son would deal harshly with the sons of Shechem, and they turned on each other, and they unalived all each other. Just like that young son said. I don't need to. You got to go read it. Yeah, you just go. We were reading Judges 7, 8, 9. So awesome. So trust and believe that these kings of the earth that do conspire together to make war with the Most High and His bride, they will unalive each other. They will devour one another. They will end up turning on one another. This is a thing that Yahuwah does. Gadaum was called by Yah to cut down the idols in the land and root out all the evil. And Yahuwah appointed 300 males. They went with him up against a multitude of thousands, tens of thousands, numerous as the sands, right? It's like grasshoppers. Yeah. They surrounded their camp in the night. They sounded their shupars, and they cracked open all their pots, and it created fear. Yahuwah put fear in the wicked camp, and they became confused and in chaos, and they drew their swords and they began to slay each other. Hallelujah. Hey, man, I want to go in on it, but I can't right now. Obviously, while I'm driving, I can't be going through the scripture. I'm just giving you some highlights, and you should go check it out. In fact, I want to just do that whole book of Judges. I want to go through it. Abba willing, if I ever really get, the time, which I don't get as much, but I have a lot of videos up on the channel where I have gone through all these scriptures. If you're interested in those things, you can go to the playlists, right? There's a playlist, I think it's studies, and going through some very large books too, like Yubalim. What an amazing book is Jubilees. It's not really called Jubilees, it's called Yubalim, which is the plurality of the blowing shupars. Man, there's more to this shupar than folks realize. It makes me so excited. Baruk Atah. Alright guys, I just wanted to share that. I'm all just so attitude with gratitude. Baruk Yahuah for the load, man. He got me one actually going home to Washington, so I feel his hand upon me, and I am so honored. Hallelujah. Praise him, family. Hallelujah. is our deliverer, Baruk Atah Yahuah. Alright, well, I just saw a sign that said way station open. Wow, 1 mile. I don't even know if I can get over. It's kind of crowded right here. I don't even know if I need to do this. This thing with the way station is pretty annoying. You know what I mean? Getting basically chewed out twice. Being just like, get out of here, get out of here. Or maybe a dozen times. And also just flat out being closed a lot as well. Oh, well, doesn't look like I'm gonna make it because there it goes. And I didn't even see any clear signage about whether or not, you know, they had certain weights that they do or certain weights that they don't do or things like that. I have no idea. Look at the line. It's just another one of those things that feels like it should be consistent, like all way stations have like the same criterion. Why it has to be different all over the place, I still don't understand. Same thing with the Easy Pass. Like, I got a bill in the mail for $10 and something from some Oklahoma, you know, transit thing. Like, they're not a part of the E-Pass, apparently. So it's like, it's tricky because, like, I don't know if I need to get other transponders. I don't know if I need to just stop and pay. It's all clear as mud, guys. Can you get your shit together? Excuse my language, but for real, like, what are you guys doing? How can all these municipalities be on completely different pages on things like that? It's the same thing with a permit for your firearms. Should be across the board. Shouldn't need it at all, first of all. But if you do, then make it consistent, just like the driver's license, just like the insurance. How are you going to tell me that my car insurance works in every state, but my medical insurance doesn't? You guys just need to really simplify things a bit because it's out of control. You think you're so dang wise, but you're completely fools. You're leading us all into absolute chaos. And again, that's by design. That's by design. See, I start to voice my frustration on this, and then I realize, oh wait, yeah, they're doing exactly what their father wants them to do. It's crazy, y'all. Man, that whole thing just gave me a headache. So let me go decompress a little bit. All right, Shalom. Shalom, family. This is at Big Springs, Nebraska. Just grabbed some fuel, and I'm gonna go in here and get myself a bite to eat and use the bathroom. Then I need to add the DEF and the fuel treatment manually. I want to get rid of the DEF that I have because I'm hearing that DEF has a shelf life, and you don't want to keep a box of it, you know. So I should use the one I have. I think I've had it for a while. I might get one in the next day or so to have as an emergency backup, but I need to use this one up. Anyways, all is well. Baruk Yahuah. Shalom. Whee! Alright, what's up, family? So yeah, the view is just kinda, I don't know. I haven't felt like there's something like, oh, I gotta show this, I gotta show that. It is what it is, but I just came into Wyoming about 20 minutes ago. I-80 westbound. You got Pine Bluffs right there at the border. And honestly, because I still have like 8 hours remaining on my log, and my stop was going to be 2.5 hours, that just leaves a lot of extra driving time. So I'm thinking about trying to press on and squeeze the most out of it as I can, because if I am able to get to Caldwell before 3 p.m. tomorrow, local time, I could drop this trailer off, and that would save me from having to wait all the way till Monday. So it's worth it to try. I mean, the worst case scenario is I'm in the same boat that I'm in right now, which is trying to figure out how to kill a whole, Sunday or whatever. Because I also got another load that I could pick up. I could pick that load up on Saturday night or Sunday. I could spend the night, Saturday night, at that truck stop, that Eden one, and then go and get the trailer real early on Sunday, and be sure to drop it off by Tuesday. I can go home for Shabbat, and that would be so awesome, Abba. So that's what I'm looking at right now. It's difficult to try to do logistical planning and maps and stuff like that while you're driving, but all I really need to do is just press on to make the most out of the day and then see what's left when I stop. That's kind of the main thing. And if I get all the way up to the finish line and don't quite make it, then I guess I'll try to find a place in Idaho to stay for a couple of days. I also have to make sure that my permits have 4 days each. Yeah, I gotta look at that. I gotta look and make sure that the Idaho permit has validity or is valid. For Saturday? Pretty sure it does too. I'll look at it, and like I said, we'll press on and do as best we can, and then we'll reevaluate it as it gets closer, because it is going to be, cutting it close, as they would say, right? So, yep, Wyoming family, Baruk Yahuah, and not that far from Cheyenne, really. This is obviously construction. I'm sure you can hear the thumpity. Sorry for the noise. It's very frustrating that my microphone doesn't cancel that out. But anyway, it is what it is. That's the latest and the greatest, so may Abba deliver me swiftly and safely, that I could actually make it before they close on Saturday. That would be huge. Alright. Shalom, family. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Alright, so there's a port of entry for the state of Wyoming right here, 1 mile. So I'm just firing up the camera just in case we get to see anything exciting here. I Baruk Yahuah that I've never actually had them do an inspection on my stuff, but because I've still never had an inspection done, I'm always like nervous about it. Watercraft check station, all watercraft must stop. I think I have to stop, but I'm not positive, so let me do it. It said something about all commercial vehicles plus livestock. I mean, sure would actually love to have this go favorably, because I feel like I've just had a series of unwell experiences with everything to do with way stations and Port Authority and all that. Oversized, overweight permit loads. Park in lot and bring paperwork. I don't know what's going on. Why am I having to go this way? I am confusion. When flashing vehicles not requiring permits, exit port. I am confused. I guess I'm just going to keep on moseying on and see what happens, because I didn't see no scales in the back and I don't know what's going on. Okay. I don't need a permit because I got a permit already. Not too sure, guys. But I realized that I'm gonna need to get permits for the other trailer. And if I'm going to be dropping off on Saturday, then I need the other permit to start for Saturday, Idaho, and then I have to figure out when it goes into Washington. I don't know any of this information, so I'm a little bit overwhelmed by it all right now. So I need to try to figure that out, and maybe even call about getting those permits issued for that other load, which I have none of the paperwork printed out for, so it's a little bit on the tricky side. Alright, family, I am going to see if I can make a call to my Yahusha, see if we can handle some logistical stuff together. If she's able to help me, I know she's overwhelmed herself. Alright, much love, much paka. Be back whenever I am able to. Hallelujah, Shalom. Alright, what's up, family? Westbound I-80 going through Wyoming, past Laramie already. I'm not sure what exactly is near here. Not much. Anyway, all is well. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Golden Dawn. DJT, right? The Prez. There was some kind of a dinner or something, I guess maybe like yesterday, had all these heads of technology, Google, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, talking about investing in America, investing in AI, and how, you know, America is leading the world in AI, throwing around huge numbers like $600 billion being invested. I think that one was this isn't really about technology companies or economy. This is about AI being a very important part of the agenda, the image of the beast giving power to wicked spirits and demons, that they communicate, influence, lead, instruct, teach, direct, everything through that stuff. Okay, it's a genie in a bottle, or a Ouija board on a whole new level, and it's very, very filled with power. Like, it's alluring on a level unlike anything that we've ever seen before. Visually, auditorily stimulating, captivating people. Has a type of beauty to it, yapa, but it's not clean. And I, just like, don't mess with it, don't touch it. Plus, look at how these heads of companies, which, he says that they're geniuses, to understand that is like when the Donald said, "I am a stable genius," I've shown in the etymology that's him saying, "I am a mighty demon," professing and proclaiming the power that is behind the vessel, that's indwelt in the vessel, that they go through the ritual of the inauguration all for and about, and it's like nobody listening. Hello, McFly, hello, right? Now look at the way they kind of bow down, kowtow, praise him and the quote-unquote first lady. Yeah. Crazy. High-level Baphomet worshipers. Okay? High level. I think it should maybe help someone out there. Go check out the playlist Trump on my channel and maybe get a little bit more. But also wanted to tell you that, he was saying that he's going to change the Department of Defense's name back to what it used to be, the War Department, but it's going to be the Department of War. Okay? That this is optics and comms and signaling. Okay? It's marking a timeline. I don't think we are far away from the time when the United States actually has to declare war, because a foreign power is taking responsibility for an attack on U.S. assets, maybe on U.S. soil, or maybe not, maybe abroad. It doesn't matter. The playbook is the same that they've always used to draw the U.S., which is the military arm of the cabal, the military arm. Washington, D.C., the city-state within a state, and the obelisk that's there, U.S. is military. Okay? So, and multi-level attack on several cities all at once is coming to this land. And also on several different key pillars of this beast system. Power, water, internet, all the things all at the same time. And drawing the people into the camps, right? So that they can have all the things provided for them, because they don't know how to provide any of the things for themselves anymore. Just like all the third world countries became dependent upon U.S. aid, and when they pulled the rug out from underneath them, it causes chaos, and it causes actually a lot of, well, we'll just call it the fourth horse of the apocalypse. Okay? You should know what that is. Let me see what my Yahusha is saying, and I'll be right back with you, okay? Baruk Atah Yahuah. Somebody take that and edit it and share it. Alright, so Baruk Atah Yahuah, yes, I'm back. Let's listen to what the Golden Dawn has to say in this ritual, right? The declaration, the executive order, the fancy signature, the whole thing, that it's going to be the Department of War again. It's if you look from World War II to now, it hasn't been about defense, right? it's kind of laughable, and you know, and I don't mean to offend anybody, because a lot of people go into the service and go, this is a noble, virtuous thing. I don't even know if those two words are clean. If you look at them, they're probably not, because they've filled our lips with all kinds of unclean words. But we are going around oppressing, fleecing, dominating everything, all over the whole world. You know, behind the propping up of every straw man leader and everything else. Okay, so stop worshiping the government, for real. Like, just stop. Okay, it's idolatry. You need to stop. So let's see what she has to say. Baruk.
Yes, sir. This is H.R. 2808. This is the Homebuyers Privacy Protection Act. The congressman here was the lead sponsor, so I think maybe he can say more about it than I can.
Please. Well, it's difficult for Americans to buy a home, particularly after the last 4 years, sir. But with the president's signature today, we're going to make it easy for people to buy a home without getting hassled. For years, their private personal information has been bought and sold in the open market, resulting in them getting innumerable phone calls and text messages. But with your signature today, we're going to put an end to that, so that when Americans...
And it's funny, right? Because it's common sense legislation, quote unquote, to resolve an issue that they created in the first place. Problem, reaction, solution. You need to understand this part of their playbook, okay? It's like you're trying to play football game against a team that keeps running the same play on you over and over and over, and you can't figure out what's happening. Problem, they create the problem. Reaction, we all hate it. Solution, they come in as the savior, right? So this is how they've become worshipped by people. This is why people think that somehow government can solve all their problems. You just got to get the right people in there. Not understanding that everybody that's in there belongs to them. Or else they wouldn't be there. You need to understand that. The prince of the power of the air, the world rewards its own. They prop up their own. A Ta'uk man can't just go and become a senator, a congressman, a governor, a mayor, whatever. This is part of the illusion. This is how the twin pillars of masonry work. Joachim and Boaz. Good cop, bad cop. Sorry for using those two terms. They're not clean terms, but it's something that people understand. And I want somebody to understand what I'm trying to say. May they understand, please.
Try to realize the American dream of owning a home. They're able to do so without being harassed.
Good job. Good. It's a great honor, John. Okay, there it is. And that's going to help a lot of the homeowners of our great country. John, want to hold that?
Sure.
Thank you, John, very much.
Thank you.
And so as we listen to this crap show, we can also take a look at some of the raping of Arats, how they profit off it. This is a huge thing. Very, very ugly.
Thank you very much. Okay, Will, you go ahead.
I'd like to leave you with this gift from a constituent back in Tennessee.
Oh, I could use that at night.
It's an American flag.
That's very nice. I like that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. That's very nice.
Excellent. We have a number of executive orders for your attention, sir.
Okay.
From 1789 until 1947, our nation won some of its greatest military victories under the direction of a Secretary of War operating within a Department of War. Today, with this executive order, you will authorize the current Secretary of Defense and the current Department of Defense to once again embrace this great lineage and once again be named the Secretary of War and the Department of War.
So this is something we thought long and hard about. We've been talking about it for months. Pete and I and Dan. Dan came into the fold. By the way, a great general. He headed up the...
Sorry, there's a pop-up ad happening here. I'm gonna see if I can skip it.
Iran, you saw the success of that operation. It was perfect. In fact, this was sent to me by the great company that makes that particular B-2 bomber, and it was flawless. It was actually flawless. They flew for 37 hours back and forth, and there wasn't a bolt that was out of condition. There wasn't an engine failure. There was no problem. It was
I really do kind of wish that I could remember when and where I covered this. You know, if somebody can go through and get clips of this stuff and share it, that would be great. Help me out. May I will provide that. But Pete Hegseth and this General Kane broke down the operation where they obliterated the nuclear capabilities of Iran. And they held up a diagram illustrating these 3 tunnels by which they had precisely dropped their munitions. 6 in each of the 3 tunnels. 6, 6, 6. And the configuration of the tunnels was the trident. Okay? You need to understand that that's also a Luciferian symbol. So they're just, with all their high wizardry, the priests of Baal doing ritual in front of the masses, and the people that I loved, like for my life, just praising and worshiping this regime and thinking that that's clean. I mean, imagine that. They just show, it just so happens to be literally the perfect shape of a trident, and the center point of the spear longer than the 2 other ones, equidistant, 3 of them, 6 in this one, 6 in this one, 6 in this one. Come on, you guys. Come on, somebody please. Wake up. Wow. You know what I mean? And I put that information out there, and I don't think anybody's shared it, commented on it. I've seen nobody else talk about it before, and it's like, how are we missing that? How are we missing that, which is literally like right in front of our faces? You see what I mean? Okay? Baruk Atah Yahuah.
perfect attack, and it knocked out any possible nuclear capability for Iran, which nobody wanted to see, and we weren't going to put up with. So great job, Dan. And we've been talking about this Department of War. So we won the First World War, we won the Second World War, we won everything before that and in between, and then we decided to go woke and we changed the name to Department of Defense. So we're going Department of War, and I'd like to ask our Secretary of War to say a few words. Pete Hegseth. I think it's a much more appropriate name, especially in light of where the world is right now. We have the strongest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world. We have the greatest manufacturers of equipment by far. There's nobody to even compete, and you see that with this and so many other things. The Patriots are the best. Every element of...
So weird, dude. If you're literally the best and you're on top of everything, why do you even need to be at war at all? Like, what's the point? How is that a reason to explain why it should be changed back to Department of War? Does that make any sense to anybody? By the way, when he says the greatest patriots, the patriot word it comes from the root word of compatriot, which is like a fellow brother in arms. Okay? So you need to understand that when he's declaring himself to be a genius or possessed by a devil, and he's saying that he has brothers in arms, and that's other people who are also part of that kingdom of darkness indwelt by jinn. Somebody wake up.
the military would make the best by far. So Peter, I'd like to ask you and maybe Dan Raisin Kane to say a few words, please.
Mr. President, thank you.
See, he loves to emphasize that whole thing too. General Kane, Raising Kane, Two-Ball Kane. You guys know about that? You know Cain slew Abel, right? Okay.
After winning a war for independence in 1789, George Washington established the War Department, and Henry Knox was his first Secretary of War. And this country won every major war after that, to include World War I and World War II. Total victory, Mr. President, as you said. Then 150 years after that, we changed the name after World War II from the Department of War to the Department of Defense in 1947. And as you pointed out, Mr. President, we haven't won a major war since, and that's not to disparage our warfighters, whether it's the Korean War or the Vietnam War or our generation.
Are these clowns like for real? Like seriously, are they for real? Because they went covert in their operations via the CIA, and so they didn't actually make a declaration of war. And like, what are you trying to say now? Is he going to say that, oh, because we changed the name, we never won again. If we change it back, we'll win. What is this? How superstitious is that? Oh, if I wear these red socks whenever I pitch, then we win the game. But boy, I tell you, as soon as I don't wear these red socks anymore, we lose. So I need to wear these socks. I don't care how old they are, how holy they are. I mean, whole as in like H-O-L-E, so sorry for saying that word. But you see what I mean? Like, who's buying this crap? Who is buying this crap? Please, somebody let me know. Who's buying this crap? Dang, dude.
Of Iraq and Afghanistan, that's to recognize that this name change is not just about renaming, it's about restoring. Words matter. It's restoring, as you've guided us to, Mr. President, restoring the warrior ethos, restoring victory and clarity as an end state, restoring intentionality to the use of force. So at your direction, Mr. President, the War Department is going to fight decisively, not endless conflicts. It's going to fight to win, not to lose. We're going to go on offense.
Bro, look at this way station. This is a way station right here. I mean, is this like the most laughable, like, ghetto looking? What the heck, bro? Anyway, sorry. Just, hey, what even is that?
It's not just on defense. Maximum lethality, not tepid legality. Violent effect, not politically correct. We're going to raise up warriors.
Listen to these
not
words,
just
because
defenders.
words matter.
So this
They're
War
telling
Department,
you the carnage
Mr. President,
is coming.
just like America, is back. Thank you for your leadership and your clarity. We're going to set the tone for this country. America first, peace through strength. Brought to you by the War Department. Back.
Thank you very much. Very well stated. It really has to do with winning. We should have won every war. We could have won every war, but we really chose to be very politically correct or wokey, and we just fight forever. And then we'd, win, we wouldn't lose really. We just fight the sort of tie. We never wanted to win wars that every one of them we would have won easily with just a couple of little changes or a couple of little edicts. I was told that ISIS would take 5 years to win, and Dan Kane, when I told him how long would it take, he said, I think about 4 weeks. I said, what do you mean 4 weeks? I was told 5 years by the people in Washington. You know who they were? 5 years. I said, you can't do it in 4 weeks. I actually flew to Iraq to meet with him, and I met him at a big air base, and remember that famous day, right? It turned out to be a famous day for our country because you're now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which is the biggest deal. And he is, because he did things that everybody said he couldn't do. So they said it was going to be 5 years, and he knocked them out in about 4 weeks total, 100%. We took over, and ISIS was gone, and pretty amazing. But we never fought to win, and now if we have to fight at all, we solved 7 wars. We have the one that I thought was going to be probably one of the easier ones, and that's with President Putin and Ukraine. And that turned out to be one that's a little bit more difficult, but the 7 are done. They were supposed to be much more difficult to solve. I solved every one of them, and we're going to get the other one done too. But it turned out to be a little bit more difficult than I thought. And it'll get done or they'll be held to pay. But because they're losing 6 to 7 who used to be.
So I just wanted to mention real quick too, because I heard him just say H-E-L-L. There is significance to that word. They're also saying on Al Jazeera that some like Minister of Defense for Israel or whatever it is said that all H-E-L-L is breaking loose on Gaza. They ramped up all their attacks. They've been live streaming a genocide for over 2 years, and the whole world is sitting on their hands not doing a dang thing about it because all the masses are asleep and under a spell. And you know, they test the waters, they see what kind of thing's going to fly. There's no pushback. Now they're all in, and their timing is aligning with their golden dawn being on the throne. Okay, so you're going to see that all the leaders of the entire world are actually very much in love with the dawn. Okay, but even if their roles cause them to play as if they're not, just like Hollywood celebrities pretend they're not, media people pretend they're not, whatever, the other side of the political aisle, that everyone has a role to play. The world is a stage and this stuff is scripted, and the writers of the scripts are an ancient evil that is far more intelligent than man. But they are not above Yahuah. So Baruk Yahuah for that. Turn to Yahuah, trust in Yahuah. I'm telling you right now, those who put their trust in these are entering into agreement with foreign mighty ones to be sealed in the right hand and forehead by the beast system, and they will be devoured. Please do not be among them. Please come out of her.
I used to tell you 5, now it's almost 7. I guess 7,000 people last week. 7,813 people, young soldiers died. Russian and Ukrainian, not American soldiers. But it's a shame. It's just, you know, they're human lives, and I want to see it stop. But General Kane's done a fantastic job. And again, defeated ISIS, which they said would take a long time. And it didn't take a long time at all, and did other things that people said really couldn't happen. We have the greatest equipment in the world. We have the greatest soldiers in the world. Dan, say a few words, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a true honor for me today to represent the incredible men and women of America's Joint Force. Today and every day, the 2.8 million service men and women stand ready to fulfill our sacred duty to protect America at home and abroad. As the President said, America's military is the single most powerful fighting force in the world. The mission you and the Secretary have given us is clear and unambiguous: to deliver peace through overwhelming strength. And I remind everyone that the U.S. military can reach any adversary at the time and place of our choosing. Service to this nation is an incredible gift, and we're grateful and honored every day to do so. Thank you, Mr. President.
Who can make war with the beast?
Well, thank you, and it's an honor to sign this. And we will do that right now.
Unleash the beast. Pay attention, people.
I think that's a big one, I'll be honest.
They're so proud of themselves.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Do you have any questions on this subject? We're going to be discussing the G20 in a couple of minutes, but yes, please. No, right now.
idea of this rebrand? And a question for you, the newly minted Secretary of War. What message does this send to our enemies, to our allies, to the American people? And again, what gave you the idea for this rebrand at this moment?
I think it sends a message of victory. I think it sends really a message of strength. We're very strong. We're much stronger than anyone would really understand. And again, you know, having the great equipment, we have just so much better. You look at all of the, just any of it, submarines as an example. We're 20 years ahead of anyone else. Nobody even compares. And I let a lot of this happen in my first term. You know, we totally rebuilt our military. And then, of course, you had that catastrophe in Afghanistan where they gave up a lot of the equipment, but a relatively small amount, but a lot. It was a lot in Afghanistan. I think it was the most, General, I'd say it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, the way that happened, the way they went to the wrong airport. They should have gone to Bagram, not the local little airport with no security, with tight quarters, etc. You know what happened. I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, frankly. That was under the Biden administration. It was terrible. And we were going to be leaving, but we were leaving with strength and dignity. We were going to keep Bagram because Bagram's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. We're going to have that all to ourselves, a big, beautiful place built many years ago from money that today would be the equivalent of, you know, many, many billions of dollars. You couldn't build it. The longest runways, the most powerful runways in terms of load capacity. And we just walked away.
Stand by, guys. These people trying to call me. I do apologize. Just be patient. It'll be over here in a second.
So stupid. And they were fools. The people were fools. No, we have the strongest military, and I think that indicates we have the strongest military. And you know, we had it, and we won World War I, we won World War II, we won everything before, and as I said, we won everything in between. And we were very strong, but we never fought to win. We just didn't fight to win. We didn't lose anything, but we didn't fight to win. We could have won every one of those wars quickly, but they went a route that I think was probably politically correct, but not correct for our nation. So I think the Department of War sends a signal. Yeah, please.
You alluded to this a little while ago. You said that this rename is a good reflection of where the world is at right now. How do you square naming it the Department of War when you've been pursuing peace in so many different parts of the world?
Well, I think I've gotten peace because of the fact that we're strong. If we weren't strong, those 7 deals I told you about, the 7 wars, a majority of them wouldn't have happened.
And I'll repeat myself, but you know, like, I really do applaud that somebody clipped this and share it. All the people that are on the live vision in the mainstream media, the news people, whatever, are trained assets of the government mind control operation. Those questions aren't just some guy thought of a great question asked. It's scripted. It's part of the message that how he's meant to respond to the question. It's like you know how they'll be like, oh, those were softball questions that they gave Biden. They're all getting softball questions, fool. All of them. It's all a show. Please stop drinking the Kool-Aid.
They happen for 2 reasons: trade and our strength. Those are the 2 reasons. And probably strength may be more important than trade. So if I was very proud of all those wars. Those were wars that could not be settled, and I settled all of them. And we'll get the other one settled also. That'll get settled. But without the strength, we wouldn't have settled any of them. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, is it your expectation that Congress will codify this name change in the law?
I don't know, but we're going to find out. But I'm not sure they have to. We're signing an executive order today. But we're going to find out. We're going to see. If they do, we're going with it, and we're going with it very strongly. There's a question as to whether or not they have to, but we'll put it before Congress.
Do you know how much this rebrand will actually cost? And are there any concerns about, the Pentagon's mission of actually cutting back on spending?
Yeah, but not a lot. We know how to rebrand without having to go crazy. We don't have to recarve a mountain or anything. We're going to be doing it not in the most expensive. We're going to start changing the stationery as it comes due and lots of things like that. We're not going to be doing things like have been done in the past when they changed the name of forts that shouldn't have been changed. Those names of the forts should not have been changed, at least for the most part. And as you know, many of them have been changed back already. At the request of the communities, every one of those communities said, we want our name back, like Fort Bragg as an example. The people in that community wanted that name back. They refused to call it anything else but Fort Bragg. So we're not going to be spending very much money on that. Yes,
Sir, when you spoke with the Europeans and Zelensky earlier this week, did you preview this for them, and did you say what security guarantees they might be involved in?
This is nothing to do with anybody but the United States of America, the people of America. This is who I talked to about changing an end. It's a very important change because it's an attitude, and we know how to win. We've been winning, and we're going to win like you've never seen. Wait till these factories start to open up that are being built all over the country. You're going to see things happen in this country that nobody expects. We have over $17 trillion in investment coming into the country. We never did anything even remotely close to that. No other country has either, by the way. So you're going to see things that are pretty amazing, but it's really about winning.
And what about the security guarantees aspect of that with Ukraine, sir?
Well, we'll work that out. We'll help them. Look, we want to save a lot of lives, so we'll do something with that. I think people expect that we'll help them. Europe will be first in.
It's very easy to think of different ways that they could stage this whole thing. So this commitment to help Ukraine, you can easily see how they send, even if it's just air support. So then what happens if Russia shoots down a U.S. aircraft? What do you think is going to happen? Whether it's a boat, a soldier, a plane, an asset on the ground like a structure, it's very, very easy for them to kick it all off. And they've done it time and time and time again. And they usually use some very huge, shocking, out of this world type of like event, like a Hindenburg or a September in New York or a Pearl that's out there in the middle of the sea. These things.
By far, and they want to be first, and they want to see it end. Europe wants to see it end, and it'll end. It'll end all of a sudden. It's going to come together. You watch. Yeah, did you want something right?
Yeah, double speed.
Yeah, behind you, please. Yes.
Yes, sir. Bold, decisive, offensive action to protect American values. Strikes in Iran, strikes this past Tuesday on the positively ID'd Tren de Aragua narco terrorists. Is that going to be a critical function of the Department of War moving forward?
And what is Sama trucking? What does that even mean?
The individual instance, we don't want drugs coming in from Venezuela or anybody else or any place else, so we'll be tough on that. And we don't want human trafficking. We don't want to see people coming in where they open their prisons from all over the world and they dump their prisoners into our country, which is what they did in the Biden administration.
And they're gonna be opening all the prisons simultaneously. You think they're not? Go ask Abba. Ask him. Ask him. They probably got one switch that's places it all off, SETs it all off. Just like this whole idea of all the 911 systems across the entire United States becoming inundated and swamped with ghost calls that are not even real, that just overwhelm the entire system, so now they're not able to respond to anything because chaos. I think I'm joking.
Where they took insane asylums and places that held people that were seriously mentally ill, mentally incompetent, mentally dangerous, and they dumped those people into our country, and we're trying to get them out now. What they've done, what the Democrats and Biden have done to this country will go down in infamy. What they have done to our country, and especially that, they created the worst inflation we've ever had. That's nothing compared to what they did with the people in our country right now. And we're getting them out, and it's not easy when you have the liberal judges destroying our country. But we've won them all. We've won it all. Ultimately won it all. Hard process. It should be easier. We know who it is. We know exactly who we're looking for. We had 11,000 murderers dropped into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. Or in some cases, they're so dangerous, we're afraid to get them out because they'd come back in. But for the last 120 days, 0 people came in. Can you imagine? This is me speaking, but these are figures developed by, they say, a pretty liberal group of people. They admit that 0 people came into our country. Think of that. A year ago, it was millions of people were coming in. Millions. They were coming in. You could look at them and you could say, big trouble. And that's what we have in our country. But we're getting them out, and despite that, we're doing really well. Yeah, please. Right? Yeah. Well, the recruitment's the most exciting thing. So when I was campaigning for the office, numbers were coming out that the recruitment numbers, generally, you can speak to it better than anybody, the recruitment into the military, all branches of the military, and police and firemen and everything else. Anything having to do with like a public service, the numbers were horrible, record-setting bad. And now they're record-setting good. We're setting every record every month for recruitment. We're packed in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. My beautiful I love Space Command. I see Space Command, but Space Force has been, we've got a waiting list of people wanting to go in. A year ago, especially a year and a half ago, when I took the lead in the polls, which was very early, it really helped with the recruiting. And when I won from November 5th on, it's been amazing. And over the last 4 or 5 months, we're just packed. It was very hard to get police officers. Now the departments are loaded up. Everyone wants to be a policeman or a woman. So it's been a great thing. General, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. As you said, serving our nation is an incredible gift that we give, and the reward on that gift pays back exponentially year over year. And I think the young people of America are seeing the importance of service, and whether it's in any of our armed services or in local police, fire, and rescue, service is an important thing that I personally encourage, and I know everyone else in government service sees that same reward.
And Pete, on recruitment?
I was down at Fort Benning, the newly properly renamed Fort Benning, yesterday, watching Army basic training, and they're so full they can't barely handle the throughput. It is truly historic across all the services, as you said. It's been a surge into the, I was going to say the Defense Department, but I would say the War Department. And that you might almost call it a vibe shift, an attitude shift, a feeling that the country is back, that service is back. And there were military families last year, Mr. President, that said, I don't know if I can recommend, I wrote a book on this, I don't know if I can recommend service to my son or daughter, given what's been done to our military. You heard it over and over and over again. And I hear from those same military families right now, sir, and they're saying, I recommend to my kids that they go into this department, this Pentagon, under this commander-in-chief, who they know you'll have their back, and they want to serve. So it is historic, and it's the biggest reflection of how motivated Americans are by your leadership, sir.
Really, it's...
Our generation
Sorry, it's
has
another
a choice.
pop-up.
Turn away from the world's problem.
Try to skip
the
it.
spirit, love for the country. I guess the esprit de corps, as they say, we have more of that than we've had maybe ever, frankly. But to see it turn over a period of less than a year, I would say, but to see it turn, nobody wanted to go into the military. Now everybody wants to go into the military. Jennifer, you want to?
Yeah, there's some new reporting on North Korea and this Navy SEAL incident in 2019. Can you say if the administration has engaged with North Korea on that incident since it happened recently?
Yeah.
And then can you share some records?
I don't know anything about it. No. I could look, but I know nothing about it.
Can you confirm that it happened?
I don't know anything about it. I'm hearing it now for the first time.
Okay, great. And then on the Hyundai incident in Georgia with the arrest of some workers, construction workers at the plant, have you heard any feedback from Hyundai?
I just heard about that a little while before the news conference, and I would say that they were illegal aliens, and ICE was just doing its job. But I know nothing about the instance. It happened a little while ago. Okay?
There has been some pushback on that, though, from South Korea already, and of course, they pledged to invest $150 billion in the U.S. when they were just here, last week. Are you concerned?
Well, and they have the right to sell cars and things in our country. It's not like a one-sided deal.
Are you concerned at all about, your immigration agenda potentially clashing with these economic goals?
Well, we want to get along with other countries, and we want to have a great, stable workforce. And we had, as I understand it, a lot of illegal aliens, some not the best of people, but we had a lot of illegal aliens working there. So, look, they're doing their job. That's what they have to do. These are people that came through they came through illegally. They came into our country, so we have to do our job.
The now Department of War has been involved in the crime cleanup in D.C. You've tasked Congress with proposing and passing a crime bill. What are some things that you would really like to see codified in that crime bill?
Well, I think one of the things is the cashless bail. It's killing it. When that came out, the first time, that's when you saw the real big crime.
Another perfect example of the problem, reaction, solution. Go down the list, dude. Even all the stuff with the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, they created the problem, got your reaction, and now it's a solution. Cashless bail, liberal judges, whatever. They manufacture the issue, the crisis, the threat, okay? Just as it is with ISIS, MOSSAD, ALQIEDA, like all the things. You gotta see that. You can't see that. Is that really the narrow path? Or is that broad path still? Still trusted in the beast system somehow, some way. I'm seriously asking. I don't even think that there's much time left to try and sit there and explain this, because it's just going to pop off and it's going to be absolute chaos, and everyone will be known what they're putting their trust in. Just like when they rolled out the solution and people were making a choice, you could see what they were made of by the choice they made, and you knew it was done. There was a seal, S-E-A-L, of the flesh based on the spirit. Sealed in the Ruach already. Alright, so there's another divide. That's right in front of us here. And I'd say choose wisely. Wisdom is synonymous with obedience and submission in the scriptures. Following the commands of Yahuwah is wisdom. Doing what's right in your own eyes is foolish, dark, opposite of light. Somebody see, somebody. Amen.
Start to happen. Cashless bail, what a disaster that is. You murder somebody, you don't have to put up bail, and you go out in the street and you murder somebody else. That's what's happened. It happens so often. And that's one of the things. And other of the things you're reading about, it's just standard, but just a certain toughness. I have to say, one of the elements of fascination for people over the last period of time has been what's happened to DC. So we've gone from one of the most dangerous cities in our country to what they call a safe city. It's a totally safe city. In fact, I set up dinner in Washington, D.C. next week. I wouldn't have done that, to be honest. I would have had an obligation not to do it. before I came into office, or even at the very beginning when things were so corrupt and so dangerous out on the streets. So Washington, D.C. has had virtually no crime. We even have a mayor that's admitting to it, and she's a, liberal Democrat, in all fairness. She's a person that hasn't gotten exactly along with Republicans over the years. And she said she's never seen anything like it. So Washington, D.C. is a totally safe city. We have virtually no crime. It's gone from the most unsafe city in the United States, almost, just about, to one of the safest cities, maybe the safest city in the United States. That's a tremendous compliment to our military, what we did. The National Guard's done a fantastic job. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can I ask about the border real quick? Florida House Speaker Daniel Perez was at the White House yesterday as part of the leadership summit.
Yes.
And we understand you met with him separately. Mr. President, what did you talk about? And also, did you explore him running for Florida Arena?
I didn't. We didn't talk about that, but he's done a fantastic job. He's respected all over the country, really. He's a leader, and he's done just a fantastic job. We didn't discuss anything having to do with his future. I'm sure he'd be very good at that.
My second question, Alligator Alcatraz, state on the border, a major ruling appeals. The court blocked the federal judge's order to close it, and if you remain open for now, your reactions?
I think they've done a fantastic job in building it, the governor and everybody else that's been involved. It's an incredible facility. It's housing people for usually a very short period of time before they get brought back to their countries. As you know, we focus on criminals before we focus on anybody else, and we're taking thousands and thousands of criminals out every month out of our country, some of them murderers. And I think Florida's done a great job by building it, and whether it's Alligator Alcatraz or anything else you want to call it, I was there. I visited with the governor, with other people. I guess Nikki was there. Tom Homan's been there a lot. A lot of people have been there from. It's an amazing facility for what it is. It's not a hotel. It's not supposed to be a hotel, but they've done a great job with it. I'm very happy with the judge's decision.
You also mentioned Venezuela. I want to ask more follow-up question on that. The U.S. strike mode tied to the Venezuelan drug cartel. The Maduro regime is pushing back today. In fact, they say the U.S. seeks regime change through military threat. Your reaction to those words, and also, would you like to see regime change in Venezuela?
Well, we're not talking about that, but we are talking about the fact that you had an election which was a very strange election, to put it mildly. I'm being very nice when I say that. I can only say that billions of dollars of drugs are pouring into our country from Venezuela. The prisons of Venezuela have been opened up to our country. They've taken their prisoners, the worst prisoners, murderers, Tren de Aragua. The worst prisoners that you can ever imagine are now happily living in the United States of America. Now, many of them we've gotten out. It's not easy to get them out because of the liberal system that we're working with in many cases, not in all cases. But millions and millions of dollars and billions of dollars of drugs are pouring out of Venezuela and other countries. Look, China, what they're doing with fentanyl is a terrible thing. It comes through Canada and it comes through Mexico, but a lot of it's coming through Venezuela. Venezuela's been a very bad actor, and we understand that. And when you look at that boat, you see the bags of whatever it is there. Those bags those bags represent hundreds of thousands of dead people in the United States. That's what they represent. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, your reaction to the jobs report this morning?
Well, I'm going to talk about that in a minute. We have our great people here, so I'll talk that in a minute. Let's talk about this. We'll give a couple of them, because these two people want to get to work on the Department of War. So let's keep them first.
Mr. President, the DOJ is reportedly considering a ban on transgender people owning guns after the Minneapolis shooting. Do you think...
Are we talking in the military?
In general.
Okay, I thought you were talking about in the military. I'll refer to that then differently, because it's not a military question. I'll be able to pass on that very nicely unless you'd like to talk about it. No, Pete doesn't want any part of that question. Yes, please.
Mr. President, who do you blame for losing India to China? You post earlier today in the morning, you did put that out.
I don't think we have. I've been very disappointed that India would be buying so much oil, as you know, from Russia. And I let them know that. We put a very big tariff on India, 50% tariff, very high tariff. I get along very well with Modi, as you know. He's great. He was here a couple of months ago. In fact, we went to the Rose Garden and the grass was so soaking wet. It was such a terrible place to have a news conference. I said, well, let's use a beautiful white stone emblematic of the White House, okay? And it's been very well received. But we had a news conference on the grass. That was my last news conference I had on the grass because everybody sunk in. You probably sunk in. Every reporter out there, they ruined their shoes. We made that change. It's been a really well-received change. Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm Venezuela. You sent F-35s out of Puerto Rico. You've sent naval vessels into the Caribbean. You're concerned about drugs being legally sent into the
Yeah.
How do you describe this build-up, this situation?
Well, I just think it's strong. We're strong on drugs. We don't want drugs killing our people. I believe we lost 300,000. You know, they always say 95, 100,000. I believe they've been saying that for 20 years. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year. I know families that lost their son. Those families will never be the same. I know a family lost a daughter, a beautiful daughter. In fact, it was like she took something that she thought was like a minor deal, and it turned out to be riddled out with fentanyl, the size of the head of a pin, and you're dead. And no, we're stopping the drugs. We're going to save a lot of people. Look, whether it's 100,000, but it's not. It's 350,000 people died last year from drugs. And we're not going to let that happen to this country. Think of that. Think if you're in a war and you lose 300,000. We'll lose 600,000 in the, pretty much between Gettysburg and all of that, in the Civil War, we lost, 600,000. So we're losing half of that every year to drugs. We're not going to do it. We're not going to allow it to happen. You think of the wars. If we lost 600,000 people in a war, but we lose that every 2 years, more than that. So it's 300 to 350,000 people. And when I see boats coming in, like loaded up the other day with all sorts of drugs, probably fentanyl mostly, but all sorts of drugs, and we're going to take them out. And if people want to have fun going on the high seas or the low seas, they're going to be in trouble. I will tell you, boat traffic is substantially down.
All right, guys. Gonna possibly finish this up, but just gonna be a little bit. I need to make an important phone call, so be back with you shortly. All right, Baruk Yahuah. All right, I am back. Important phone call handled, and let's try to let this Trump video finish up and talk about it.
It's a runway to the United States, and boat traffic is very substantially down on the runway. You can imagine why. I think anybody that saw that is going to say, I'll take a pass. I don't even know about fishermen. They may say, I'm not getting on the boat. I'm not going to take a chance.
What happens if Venezuela flies jets over U.S. naval vessels again?
Well, I would say they're going to be in trouble. We'll let them know about that. We heard that happen, but it wasn't really over, not like they described. But I would say, General, if they do that, you have a choice of doing anything you want, okay? If they fly in a dangerous position, I would say that you can, you or your captains can make the decision as to what they want to do, all right? Sure.
Wow. How is that for broadcasting the playbook, the plan, like, dude, hardcore. Hardcore. Wow. And he's always said that, we don't, unlike these weak leaders, we don't broadcast what we're going to do militarily before it happens to the world, but he just did in front of the whole world. He just told the general that he and his captains have the option to do whatever they deem necessary if Venezuela flies fighter jets over U.S. Navy ships.
sir.
How close did they get?
We have one more.
President, you said they didn't go over.
Say it.
How close did they get? You said the planes did not.
Well, I don't want to talk about that, but if they do put us in a dangerous position, they'll be shut down. Thank you very much, everybody. So we're going to now cover the G20, and I'm going to let these people go back to the Department of War and figure out how to maintain peace. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations, General. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's a great job.
Sir, just before G20, we do have one more EO for you today. And I should also say that the Department of War EO that you signed was actually your 200th EO since you came back into office on January 20th. That's more than Joe Biden did in his entire term in office, more than Obama did in either of his 2 terms in office. So it's a momentous accomplishment, and congratulations.
That's good, but Biden never signed one.
No, you've done every one up in here.
They've been signed by the autocrat.
Clown show.
So we really beat them by much more than you think.
The 201st executive order, sir, this relates to hostages and wrongfully detained Americans. This provides a new legal mechanism to declare foreign countries to be countries that engage in those sorts of practices, and gives your administration powerful tools to get American hostages out. This has been a focus of your administration this time around. Adam Bowler's here, and he's done incredible work already. This will give him even more.
I think it's great, and Adam's amazing. So, Adam, do you want to describe how many hostages we've gotten out together, you and I, and you and a couple of other people that we know, and me and a couple of other people that you don't know, but we've gotten a lot of hostages. Do you want to describe it?
Mr. President, you brought back 72 hostages since your term. If we compare that to President Biden, he has gotten 20 taken. So he is negative 20 taken. 20 taken.
They don't take our people so often.
So, Mr. President, when we spoke, you said that was a primary focus, and I'll tell you the job is easy because of you.
And we paid nothing, too.
We paid nothing.
They pay $6 billion. They always paid $6 billion for 5 people. $6 billion. It was just a number I kept hearing. Not only that, $6 billion plus we'd get like 1 person, and they'd get 6. They got one, the Prince of Doom, they call him. He was the #1 arms merchant anywhere in the world ever. And they got him out. And on top of that, we paid money. So, no, we don't do that. You know, once you pay money, then a lot of people start disappearing. They start grabbing reporters, too. They think the reporter is going to get a lot of money. And to me, they would. You'll be well taken care of. I better stress that, because otherwise we have headlines. He said this or he said that. No, I'm not smiling about it. But they would. They'd be grabbing reporters. They'd be grabbing everybody. And especially when you pay the kind of money that Biden and Obama, they used to pay money that was crazy. We don't pay. And if you don't pay, they find it to be not a lucrative business anymore. That's fantastic. Would you like to say something?
It's really Spihar, Special Envoy Bowler, it's Rick Grinnell, it's Steve Witkoff, who brought Americans home. But with this EO you are signing today, you are drawing a line in the sand that U.S. citizens will not be used as bargaining chips, and it provides your Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the same tool set to punish states who take our citizens wrongfully, the same way that we can punish those who sponsor terrorists. This is a very significant EO you are signing today, sir.
Thank you, Sebastian. Very good. You're doing a great job, too.
And this is your Director for Hostage Affairs at the NSC.
Yes, and I hear.
So Julie was seminal as well to all of this.
I heard you're doing unbelievable. Would you like to say something?
Absolutely. It's a outstanding EO, absolutely unprecedented action against those foreign adversaries who would take our people. They now know they are on notice, and it's not acceptable. And if you take our people now, you will pay.
You know, Adam gave up a job where he was making tremendous amounts of money, big stuff, top of the line Wall Street, and he wanted to do this. He wanted to do hostages. I offered him other jobs too, very big jobs. He said, I was shocked actually. He didn't want them. He wanted to do hostage negotiation, and pretty amazing. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you all. Do you have any questions for them on this very important subject?
I think it shows a lot of your leadership as far as fighting for Americans and fighting for Cubans, and to think that Joe Biden with the negative territory.
Oh, we went way negative.
Way negative, and you're actually making progress on this. I think this does send a message to the world that we don't negotiate, we're going to stay strong in that type of what they call business.
One little anecdote.
All right. That's enough of that. So I wanted to say something though with regards to October 7th, Israel, Gaza, hostages, and all the like. Let me just lock in this little section of the video and get another one started. Okay, so we talked about problem, reaction, solution a little bit in this assessment of the Golden Dawn's EOs, and you can apply that playbook to the EO regarding hostages and treating any state actor who engages in U.S. hostage detainment as a terrorist, right? So now you can justify war action by your own documentation if there is a U.S. hostage situation. Now, the thing with the hostage situation, just like a lot of other actions on the world stage, they can be scripted, they can be manufactured, things can be staged. It's not difficult for these powers to do that. All the media machine will support the narrative that they promote, and whether it be true or not, it's portrayed as true and sold as true and believed as true by the masses. Okay? So take everything that I just said and apply that logic to what's happening in the Middle East right now for the last 2 years. And you probably don't hear a lot of people saying that. You don't probably hear a lot of people implying or indicating, but I did from the very beginning, but I was more on TikTok at that time. And there was a lot of evidence that was showing that even the military apparatus that were involved were doing what the classic definition that I've always known of a fried fish event or a false flag event is that you take a ship, say, and you fly the flag of another state, and then you do an act, a terrorist act, so that that other state can get blamed. But it wasn't really that state. You just put that state's flag up. So you were falsely flying the flag of another entity. This is the same thing that the scripture says about a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's flying the flag of a sheep, but it's not really a sheep. It's a wolf the whole time. Baruk Atah, man. Shalum Yahuah. And I do pull all this. Somebody takes that clip, basically from the beginning to the end here, and clip it out and share it, because most people can't endure all the other stuff to get to those, nuggets. Shalum Yahuah. Looks like we're gonna have a storm out the window.
bit goes for $1. Yes, I am.
car fast or a fast new car? Find it, take a test.
Hallelujah. Wow. 726 miles today. And we still have more to go. I'm about 5 minutes away from my next stop. So I'm going to go ahead and stop for now. We had some rain clouds in the distance and Wyoming plains and mountains and just music in the background, beast of the field. Halal, Yahuah, Baruk Atah Yahuah for the beef. All clean things, works of your hands, gifts of your creation. For you all seek to take advantage of raping, pillaging, fleecing. Please give your facade to Yashar'Al, to my siblings, to those who are crying out. In Yahusha's name. Whee! Right on, family. Back out on the road. Yup, we're in Utah. I-80 west, 15 miles to I-84 west, and 50 minutes away from Ogden. What? Yep. What it says, family. We don't even have to go, we don't even really have to deal with Salt Lake that much, do we? I sure hope not. All trucks use right lane, way in motion ahead. Whoa, let's check this out. Commercial vehicles. Oh, I gotta stay over here because I think I gotta go. Port of entry, 1/2 mile. We'll go check it out. Port of entry open. It's gorgeous right here. You see in the colors in the soil. It's incredible. I see one jet up there. Even chemtrails. Dirty dogs. Scripturally accurate. Unclean. Reprobated. My baby's running around grabbing me some snow chains. It's kind of crazy. Like, the bottom line is that you have to have 3 pair for inspection purposes, but the company does not allow you to put them on. So think of it, but it is what it is. Some numbers up there, but it looked like it went to like 6,100 at the most. It was bouncing around a lot. It was very, very ballparky. That's what I'd call it, ballparky. Haha. But that was cool. At least got to see something. Some little bit of feedback, anyways. Some very large white poofy clouds behind us, and up ahead here on your side, looking like some rain clouds to me, family. So let's see. I'm gonna get us up a little bit on this, past this truck. In like a little bit of a, almost like a canyony pass, and it's going to end up opening up, I think, quite a lot within the next 10 miles. See what Abba wants to give us for views like through here, you know. See all the little caves up there? Oh, I see. What might describe as rain. I'm gonna put some fresh air. Yeah, I feel like we're getting it. So 45 miles to the destination, and my phone is notifying me that I only have an hour of drive time remaining. So we're kind of trying to maximize the log in order to make the delivery before 3 p.m. tomorrow instead of waiting all the way till Monday. So, Baruk Atah Yahuah, thank you, Abba. That it's even possible, I thank you. And please cover me, keep me safe. Pretty little rain shower happening right here. And with the sun going down on the other side of this mountain, we're going to come out and see the sun again. You know? It's not actually down yet. Like it because the mountains blocking. Hallelujah. Abba rebuke you. There's another jet laying down 2 thick streaks. They also defile his creation for their own personal gain. It's disgusting. Sick. Trees are sick. Crop. Rocks are kind of like those, almost like the Moab style of rocks. Went through Moab. I don't remember which video it was on, but that was a wild adventure. Crevice of the rock, kind of like a little cave cavern thing. There are a lot of them too. has sun shining on it. And all on your side is in the shadow. So pretty. Still see some of the rocks up on the hill. Great shapes too. Look at those. They're cool. Oregon. And Abba willing, we might even get to see some water running along the side of the boat. There goes some right there. I don't think you saw it. Did you see it? Did you get to see the water, guys? Tube rentals, it says right there. So they must go tubing some of this water through here. Stuff after wicked things. Anyway, somehow I remembered coming here when I was a child. You're not going to be able to see it because it's on my side, but you could look it up real quick. Devil's Slide, Utah. There's these two parallel rock formations that go down the mountain and like into the earth. So I guess they were claiming that when Lucifer was cast out of the Shemayim, he fell to the earth, he landed there and went down into the earth. That's what I was told when I was little. I don't know what the real little story is. And I don't know if it comes from First Nation or Mormons or who. I don't know. But it's not true. Either way. So it says Ogden is in 30 miles. And it also tells me that we're going to be merging I-15 pretty much around the same time. So Baruk Atah. I mean, the time that I was brought to this place to look at it, we probably were living in the northern Utah, like in the Ogden area, so it wouldn't have been that far for us. You know, 30 minutes. I don't know exactly where I lived, but different apartments I remember when I was little in that area. We changed schools a few times. Always changed schools a lot in my childhood. Always had to leave my friends and try to make new friends and leave and just repeat. See if you can see this cave formation right there. Oh yeah, look at that. Isn't that great? That's so cool. outside. I think Abba's going to be giving us an amazing sundown. There's strip mining over here. I don't know what that is. Those buildings are weird. They look busted up too, though. So whatever it was, I don't think it's operational anymore. Up to Morgan, Utah. You have East Canyon State Park. Horsies coming up. Maybe some Qadash beef coming out of here. Wow, this guy's got horses way up on that ridge. No, you didn't see it, sorry. It's too high up. Let's see. Here comes a really large pasture filled with cattle. I'll show you here. There's a bunch of horses actually too. Slow down so this truck doesn't block. I love the colors on these gray ones. Whee. And then there goes the Angus all out there, black Angus. Look at that. Doing very well. They're on both sides of us right now. My side has got a lot more area too. It's going to be pretty cold for them a lot of the year. So they do well too. Pretty amazing, the versatility of cattle, right? It's crazy, bro. Truck is doing very well today. I mean, more than just today, but Baruk Atah Yahuah, 790 miles today, and only having about 20 more to go. Unless I see a place that I want to spend the night before that. Stop there. I would love to stay anywhere through here. It's not always easy to find a place that you're allowed to park overnight. That's the problem. Oh, look at this. It says rest area 1 mile. Let's see what they have. Ain't that funny? I don't even need to get fuel, really. We just did. It says on my map, Mountain Green, and I can see Hill Air Force Base, which my mom was stationed there when I was young. I went to school at the elementary school on that base. So very close. I mean, very close. Like, I don't know, maybe 25 miles as a crow flies or something. It seems kind of weird to be so close, but here we are. up here? There's one spot left. Thank you, Father. We'll take it, family. This is us, guys. Hallelujah. I thank you for your favor, Father. Alright, there we go. That's this golden face I got here. Baruk Yahuah, Tada. So let me see what happens. I'm going to try to remove the fuel stop. Let me go ahead and log us as no longer driving, first of all, because I don't want us to be over. And I'll do a walk around inspection after we shut the video down and stuff. So our mileage for today is 792. And we only have 339 miles remaining. So I can do something interesting, right? I can come in here and I can say that I want to leave where we are tomorrow at let's see if I put 6 a.m. What does it say? Then that means we would arrive at 11:30 local time. It's really close to here. I just told you how close it was, right? It's not that close. 4 hours, between 4 and 5 hours. So we have to go through Unitah and continue through South Weber to Ogden and 15, and then we run north on 15 to 84 again, and so actually Twin Falls feels like it could be a place to maybe get some fuel. There's also Boise. I'm just gonna do something out of curiosity. Actually, I'm gonna do that later on the laptop. I'm gonna break out the laptop and look at my my route for the next trailer. But Halu Yahuah, Palau for some Qadash rest right now, and sorry that we're not going to be getting the sundown views, but that's what we have for today, family, right? Okay, Shalom, Shalom. Abba willing, see you in la mañana. Sham Kadaning, family. Hallelujah. Yahuah. I slept very well at the rest area last night. Nobody bothers me. Thank you, Father. And I come out of the rest area and zipped on down into Ogden. It took me only like 18 minutes to get here. Since that time, the sun has come up and the day has begun. We have 4.5 hours to go, according to the GPS, to get to the drop-off location for this trailer. Hallelujah. Yahuah. And actually, I'm going to be then going only about 2 hours, maybe 2.5, backtracking slightly to pick up the other trailer that's going to Washington, which is a huge Baruk Atah, man. Just thank you so much, Abba. I was gonna have to go that way anyway, and now I can earn $1,000 doing it, which will help us out tremendously. That one is a lot of favor. And my shop pointed something out too, because there have been several of these that I've been trying to grab for multiple days, getting no, couldn't get it. This one that I did get actually paid more. So I guess Abba was like, yeah, no, I already got one for you, son, but you don't need those. Either way, whatever Abba's doing, I consider to be a barak in favor. Some great mountains there that you're seeing. We did pass that Hill Air Force Base kind of in the night that I mentioned. I don't know where in Ogden we live. We also, I think, lived in a place called Layton, which is, I'm not sure, but I would think that it's a little bit farther down the way here. Okay, my GPS on my phone is telling me that the speed limit here is 30. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. It's probably 70 or 75. I'm on the interstate. It even says that I'm on I-15 North. It's definitely tripping. So yeah, 321 miles is what's remaining. I did get coffee there at that Flying J in Ogden, which was actually like really clean and well stocked store. Great store right there. And I believe that I saw that they actually had decent prices on the com data fuel too, but I don't need any fuel right now, so we didn't get any. There's a sign, 75 is what the speed is. Alright. Yeah, those mountains are something, aren't they? Bunch of homes up here on the foothills of this mountain. I don't know the names of these mountains, but I noticed that there's a lot of homes up on the hill. This one that's going to be coming into view soon. I guess it looks like it's called like Terraceville. Amazon facility right there, and yeah, they're strip mining the crud out of the mountain up there. continuing as Adam, or some say Edom, falsely. It's a clever little trick, you know. Edom is an unregenerate man. Look at the letters. It's not E-D-O-M. Those letters, E doesn't even exist in the Abrif. If you want to say ancient Hebrew, which is also a false name, but I share these things and people like can't. They glitch out, they tune out, they can't handle it. But what blew me away was when I looked at the letters for Edom, it's the same letters for Adam, fallen man, unregenerate man. And in a lot of ways, they are the enemy of Yashar'Al, but also they're our mission field at the same time. You know, and it gives a lot of more power to, I will Baruk those who Baruk you, and I will curse those who curse you. So just present everything boldly and in love, because those who are able to hear and receive it, Barak you and are Baraking. Baruk, and those who don't and curse you, Yahuah deals with them. So no matter what goes down, you know, may Yahuah's will be done in all things. Baruk Yahuah. Excuse me. Oh, this vehicle right here, please speed up. Please speed up. You're merging like right into me, bro. Don't be like that. Okay, there they go. I forgot what we were calling the Santa Fe. That's not. That's the ugly Santa Fe, the electric Santa Fe. I forgot what we were calling it. Dang it. Maybe it's how do you say? They say ugly in Spanish as feo. Santa Fe-o. I think that one could be new, but it fits very well. Okay, so you see all the suburbs up on the hill. There's a lot of money there, right? And then look at what's starting to come into view now. Hey, see, so they want commercial vehicles over 26,000. Is that right? I'm not even close to that. I'm more like, let's see, probably about, I need to weigh the truck without a trailer, but I think it's probably, we'll just say that it's 8. 8 plus 6. Around 14 right now, very light. Hallelujah. So we don't have to stress about the weigh station. It's kind of amazing how they normalize the strip mining operations, and people they're not even they don't suspect a thing. It's really odd. I guess it's because they're like, well, this is what allows you to have the things, you know, the technology and whatnot. I don't know. There's a bunch of cattle over here, and I mean a bunch, like probably 100, maybe more. Keeps going. over in the distance on my side, you can see the Great Salt Lake. Miles walked yesterday. I don't even remember how much. I just remember it was a lot. It's a pretty old Ford broken down. Well, I say broken down because it's parked on the side of the interstate. I don't think you just do that because it's convenient. Some horses there. There wasn't very many in there. I went back in last night. I was so tired, and I laid down that I couldn't sleep right away. So I was like, ugh. So I grabbed the phone and I went through and compiled the clips that I did on the Golden Dawn and the problem reaction solution and the Department of War, and just turned it into its own video. It did come out to be about an hour long. Sorry that it's lengthy, but it is me, and I did upload it to the channel, so check it out if you have not already. It'll be up before this one, and this one's going to take a while because we have a lot of days all compiled into one video. I think I called it Department of War, Donald J. Trump. And maybe that'll get some more folks to like listen in and see the light, because that one pretty much does have the world deceived, you know. All the other powers pretend to be at enmity with their Golden Dawn, and it makes the people love dawn more. There are multiple ways to spell dawn. Yep. Alright guys, get off of here for a bit, get some coffee, and I'll be back with you soon, Abba willing. Today is Saturday, the pagan day, Saturday, the 6th of September. And I am so favored by the Father to be able to drop this unit off today, not have to wait until Monday to find a place to, you know, burn up an entire Sunday and all that. Like, that was concerning me. I really wasn't sure that I'd be able to make it, and we did without having to, you know, break any of the things on the logs. There's like a whole fleet of these cars with custom plates. They're all Dodge, whatever. I guess it's a Mopar club. classic ones on our right. And there's even an El Camino right here. I don't know. You got me, man. Vanity of vanities. Woo! Hallelujah, Yahuah. Shalom. Baruk Yahuah. Okay. Commercial farm trucks over 26,000. Hazmat 10,000. I do not have to stop at this way station, which is open, by the way. Baruk Yahuah. We are definitely not over 26,000. Where I would need a CDL. Got 38 minutes before my next stop, but I'm very likely not going to be getting any fuel at that stop. Just going to be getting some more coffee and just keep on pressing on. It's 8 a.m. local time, and sure exactly how much. Oop, person wants to try to like fly around me. Yeah, don't be that person. I think that the estimated time of arrival was like around noon the local time. So hey, that doesn't seem quite right though, because that's a lot of time left. I'll update you on that when we get a little closer. But we are still on 84 westbound. We are in Idaho and looking to stop at a truck stop in Jerome. Jerome. It's almost like Jeremy. It's a different type of spelling. Ruach Ha'Qadash. Still really cool. It says it's 64 degrees out. Turned the fan off midway through the night. Stayed under the sheet and the blanket. It's pretty chilly. Actually, it's not like cold or nothing, but you know, these other times where I got nothing on me and I'm just with the fan going and fan and mister, and I'm still having to start the truck. Like, well, please do not be dealing with that. I would much rather be cold than hot, and of course I say that with the understanding that there's other types of cold that's just like next level cold, like literally freezing cold. This is the Snake River. It's pretty wide right through here, actually, and the water level isn't like really low, which is, I don't know, well pleased to see that. Some rough looking trailers on that lot. Quite a few of them too. So I know that some of the route that I'm taking to get home, especially like on I-90 going through the pass, my Yahusha was telling me Caldwell, there's fires, you know, so there's going to likely be a lot of smoke. I don't think that there's any road closures as of yet, but just something to be mind. It's just something to be aware of. I guess that operates generation has access to some kind of water source that they're looking from. Maybe it's that right there. Probably is. That works out pretty well for them. Anyway, I fired that camera up right quick because I thought I might be going in that way station. But looks like Utah and Idaho are saying, look, if you got less than 26,000 pounds, you don't need to come. You don't need to come in here, which works for me. Just like I was learning from Zach and the permitting that he was saying that I'm trying to understand everything. If you're plated for the state of Washington, you're not going to be inhibited by you're not going to have to get permits for hot shotting. But also there is a 3 permits in 30 days restriction in Washington. However, when you're hauling RVs, it doesn't apply because the permits are based on the trailer and they're all different trailers, so it's always different. So if I was plated out of, say, Oregon and I was hauling regularly in Washington as a hot shotter, it would be based on my truck, I guess, if I understand correctly. It's kind of confusing. In which case, then there would be restrictions on 3 trip permits per 30-day period. And if that didn't make sense, it's probably because it's still a little foggy in my own mind. If I really understand it well, I can explain it simply. But it is what it is. It's information that was basically, when he was explaining it to me, was meaning that my concerns regarding that are not me. I don't need to be concerned about that. You know, and obviously, like, if I move to where I'm not living in Washington, then I'm very likely not going to be hauling in Washington pretty much at all. Why would I want to? You know, the cost of fuel alone is enough to be like, yeah, it's all right. Thanks, but no thanks. So that's my 2 cents, and I wouldn't be offended if I don't have to haul to California anymore either, for the same reasons, as well as way too much traffic, a spirit of aggression in roadways too, right? Like, if you don't have to deal with that, then why do it? You know what I'm saying? If there's another way you can do what needs to be done without having to be around a bunch of triggered, unclean vessels of wrath, why do it? If I could just be out on a spread and be around a bunch of giant dog, cow-faced moo-moos and long-nosed horsies, you know, just be doing that, you know. Give me some little leaping goats, little baby goats jumping all over. Chickens, meat. That's all good. Maybe someday I'll be willing. We can. Still trying to reach out to any elders, Yashar'Al, to come sojourn together. Like, let's work it out. I've not heard nothing. I have gotten a few comments, and there's a few people that their hearts are aligned, but they're not in a position to team up for whatever reason. So the search continues, and I'll be willing. Everything will come into place. sometimes it can be filled with pain when Abba moves things. But don't doubt that it's not for the best. Doubt it. I don't know what's going on here. This is not well. What the heck? Why would you feel that you need to do that? There's nowhere for you to go. Why would you even do that? Like, some people, they have to speed up because they're like, you can't get in front of me. There's nowhere to go, dude. Letting me over would have been kind just because there was some probably absent-minded, altered person flying up the ramp. And you could have allowed me to get over and be clear that those horses were gorgeous. See, but all he's doing is putting nose to bumper, pushing someone who can't go anywhere because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 people in front of that van. Look, now he's like going over to the right, going over to the left. Man, who would deal with these people? Dude, these people are unreal. I'm smelling the dairy air. Dairy air. Air surrounding the dairy farmer resembles the smell of one's rear end. I think that's a quinky dink because I don't. Look at this Angus out here. Oh, Yahuah. Yeah, it seems like it's smoke through here. I guess it could be somehow fog, but I think it's actually smoke. I don't know what, if any, fires around in this area. I'm not really familiar. I think that you can go into the map. Search for fire, it does like fire stations and stuff like that, which I don't know right now. Maybe if I type wildfire. Yep, type in the word wildfire. Oh, no, I don't want to go to the, no, I don't want to go. Don't do what I just did. Disregard. Oy vey. Alright, family. Let me pop this guy off. I'll be back after the stop for a refill and update you on where we're at. We are going to be concluding this entire video soon, actually. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Shalom. Alright guys, so I'm an hour away from dropping this one off. Don't really feel like talking right now. Already called ahead to the dealership and let them know I was ahead of schedule and I'd be there soon. And so we're going to go ahead and wrap this one up. And then I got one picking up back in Hanson at that yard with the hound dogs, so I'll probably start up a new video for that. That's going to be Hanson to Silverdale, so stay tuned for that one. Thank you guys for watching. You know, give a like if it's not too much trouble. Leave a comment if you have something that you want to say, and share if you think that it could be you know, something that others will profit from. May Yahuah be praised in all these things. You know, like I said, I'm just your brother out here, trying to share my own struggles in life with whomever is to hear, and how I try to deal with things in Abba. And I got to go to the Father now for some shalom. asking for Hassad and Gil, because, you know, some things derail me. I lived through a lot of trauma. Sometimes the thing that hurts me the most, a lot of people would probably think is petty. Shalom.